Alright, welcome to more Eva 17. Hello, Riospo, is that how you say your name? I'm not sure still. But hello. I don't know if you've seen any of this, so I can't really explain it to you at this point, like, so far in. I'll give you a brief rundown of what's going on with this. This is a visual novel from like 2002, and we're trapped in a underwater theme park. And there's some, you know, psychic, mystical, special ability nonsense going on, and like virus making, and someone's here but not here on a different timeline. It's crazy stuff. Anyway, but yeah, that's what we're doing today. Anyway, yeah, so more Eva 17. This is probably the last stream of this. Well, okay, I don't want to say this is the last stream of it, but this probably is the last. Probably is going to be the last stream of this, because I've never gotten this far to getting the Coco's route before, but I suspect that it won't be very long, but I don't know that, and I want the answers, and I want them now. Call this number to get all the answers you want. I forget the... It was probably like a phone number. Anyway, this is all unrelated to this. Anyway, so today I'm going to start from one of our saves as the kid, because the kid... You can do this to either Takashi or the kid, but it's... In the document that I received with this fan patch, it is recommended that you do it as the kid, so I'll do it as the kid. I just have to find the choice. I don't know where it is. Gotta find my friends, or who am I? There it is. Load the data. I've got to find my friends? Who am I? Who am I? I don't know. I mean, I found out before, kinda, but that's not what we're doing today. Anyway, all this is nonsense. Seen it before. We're gonna skip. You was here, underwater. Do we want to take the pills? No. No thank you. We're gonna say no thank you, but she's gonna be like, wait, your head hurts. Take them. And we're gonna be like, yeah, it does, but I don't wanna for some reason. And then we take them anyway, so it's fine. Anyway. I know we skip ahead. And things are bad in the underwater theme park. You know, here comes some water. It's no good. Not good at all. So we gotta run. And we get soaked a little bit. It happens though. And we're going up the stairs, and she's like, "Hey, do you want to know my full name? I think is this. Can I check? Oh no, why the door is closed? That was it. No, I don't want to ask. No thanks. I don't want to know you. No thanks. Don't tell me. I'd rather not know. Anyway, here's Sara. What's up, Sara? How you doing? We thought we saw something up there. Let's ask you. Hey, did you see something? Well, before, didn't you hear two voices? You shot the question right back at me and then looked back at Mayo. Yeah, like at this point, like, this is, like, I'm gonna skip through stuff because I've already done this, like, twice? I've already done this, like, twice, and, like, at this point, it's kind of late. It's kind of late to jump through the game, but if you want to hang out, that's fine. Hello, Cat Lavo, how you doing? I can't explain this to you either. I'm very far in a visual novel where we're gonna reveal all of the secrets. Briefly, I guess again, briefly. Underwater theme park, sci-fi special abilities, viruses, a young girl who is in a timeline but is not in the other timeline. You know, it's fine. Hope you're doing well, anyway. Thanks for popping by. Anyway, let's continue. Yeah, nobody else was there. But, really though? Are you sure? And people's at Twitch at the moment. 2. It says 2. Is that correct? I don't know. Anyway. Really? Is it? Are you sure? Mayo, are you sure? Are you sure there was only 2? Really? You're sure there was nobody else there? Even in the elevator next to you? Hmm. Wondered why not. The voice I had heard a little bit ago was grating on my mind. I just want to make sure one more time. Sara, there was really no one riding in the elevator except for you. So there was somebody. Why do you react like that then? But? Huh? Ooh, what, hold on. What? Oh, I see. I see. You came out with her name before we were told her name, huh? You know, I just know. Name.
君にマヨの本名教えてなかったよね。
Listen, you two. I just know. That instant, my vision shut crazily. Something spine-chilling was squirming in the core of my body. The feeling spread through my network of nerves to the far corners of my body in an instant.
ねえ、なんで？君、私のこと知ってるの？
Matsunaga Sara. Yes, I was sure. Her name was Matsunaga Sara. But how? How did I know her name? I don't know. I really don't know. I curled my head and shook it several times.
どういうこと？
I don't know.
知らないじゃわからないでしょ？
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
ねえ、ちゃんと答えてよ。なんで私のこと知ってるの？
I wonder if Sarah realizes yet.
君は誰なの？
I said I don't know. I don't know myself. I don't know. Why do I know your name? My temples started to throb. Power drained from my body. I crumpled on the spot as if I'd been sucked dry of energy.
ちょっと、また例の発作なの？いい加減にしてよ、もう。
His voice sounded far away.
発作って？彼ね、記憶喪失なのよ。記憶喪失？うん。だからいくら聞いても無駄なの。思い出せないのよ。
But I know things, though, you. I know things. Even if I'm not supposed to know things, I know things.
無理に思い出させようとすると。
Oh,
ね、こんな風になっちゃうわけ。ほら、だってしっかりしなさい。
If it was that easy, I would do it. You grabbed both my shoulders and set me up.
いい？よく聞いて。私のことをちゃんと見て。君は今、自分の境界を見失って怯えてるんだと思う。記憶がないから、過去が見えないから。過去を失った君は、自分の存在自体を失ってしまったかのように感じて、恐怖を感じているの。でもね、怖がることなんか何もないの。あなたは今、ここにいる。
Am I right here, right now, though, you? Am I? Because I don't... I'm feeling, you know... multi-present... multi-present? Is that a word? I'm feeling like I got my fingers in multiple dimensions, if you know what I mean.
私の目の前に立っている。
Are you sure, though?
たとえどんなことがあっても、あなたの存在が消えてしまうようなことはないの。ねえ、私の目をしっかり見て。そう。そしたら、笑ってみて。
What?
笑うの。ニコって。
I made a conscious effort to move my cheeks muscles.
ダメダメ。もっとニコって。ニコニコって。
Put more effort in moving the muscles in my face.
かなり引きつった笑顔だけど、まあ、よしとしよう。
It will do.
過去のことなんかどうでもよくなってきたでしょ。
But you, I want to know about my past. Yeah, true. That's Samaji. So Maji, we're firmly in the Coco right now. I'll catch you up a quick sec. So again, we're back at the elevator where the kid was like, "Are you sure there's nobody in there?" And then before we actually knew Sarah's name, he was like, "But Sara though, are you sure?" And everyone was like, "Hey, hold up, how do you know that?" And now he's getting in his fits again. Anyway, I've not actually. Nope, it didn't work. I'm still worried about it. It's not your problem, so easy for you to say that.
でも、少なくとも喋れるようにはなったじゃない。
I mean, true.
どうしてだかわかる？君は今を意識したの。だから声を出せるようになったんだ。
right
人
now.
間は今この瞬間にしか生きることはできない。過去や未来は幻と同じようなもの。そんな正体のない幻影をつかみ取ろうとしたって何の意味もないんだよ。
Is it though? Is it
だから
meaningless?
今はちょっと開き直るぐらいの感じでただ笑ってればいいの。
But I do care. I care a lot.
笑って。
No, I refuse.
もう笑いなさいよ。
Never. I can't just smile.
笑わないんならマヨの鼻の穴に指突っ込んじゃうぞ。
What would that do?
ほれほれぐりぐりぐり。
She talked, used it exactly as she said.
ちょっとやめてくださいよ先輩。ぐりぐり。
Why?
先輩の指先が私の鼻の中に。
Okay, I'll give you... You didn't stop the sentence early, that's good. Perfect.
そして今先輩と私は一つ。
Alright, now you've gone too far.
ぐりぐりぐり。つうか何がやりたいんじゃお前は。
Exactly! That's what she gets. To respect you. Watching that scene, my cheeks just naturally relaxed.
笑った笑った。本当だ本当だ。素直に喜べると思います？人の鼻の穴を一体何だと思ってるんですか。まったくもう。
Pain in my head did ease at some point while I was watching their exchange. There's a painful exchange and a different meaning of the word, but... Anyway, after we calm down, we gotta look for exits. It's
に
fine.
しても不思議といえば不思議よね。
What strains you?
何がですか？
Is this the fact that I knew Sarah's name
今の
already?
この少年の発言。
Uh-huh.
マヨは彼に見覚えはないんでしょ？
Oh, we're gonna appeal at that, huh? Okay.
はい。でも
Are you sure, though?
彼はマヨの本名を知っていた。
Yeah, I know you.
つまりこの少年の失われた記憶の中にはマヨに関する何らかの情報が格納されてるってことじゃない？どうしてなんだろう。これが逆ならわかるよ。マヨがこの少年のことを知ってて、でも少年は記憶喪失だからマヨのことを忘れちゃってて。
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. But, like, listen.
もしそうだったとした
Doesn't
ら
have to make sense.
当たり前のことなんだけど、一方通行の向きが逆なのよ。どう考えても。一方通行ね。あ、わかった。ひょっとしたらこういうことなんじゃないですか？ん？この少年、実は昔から松永沙羅の大ファンだったんだ。
You have fans?
私は気づかなかったけど、彼の方は私のことをずっと見てたんですよ。
Oh, you're saying he stalked you. Okay.
そう考えればすんなりと説明することができます。ストーカーだと？
Yeah, pretty much. That's what it sounds like.
そういうことです。
Oh, I mean, that's not particularly rational, but alright.
ねえ、そうなんでしょ？君、私のストーカーだったんでしょ？
Don't go making things up just because I lost my memory.
違うの？
Yes.
ねえマヨ、もう一度だけ聞くけど、本当にこの少年に見覚えないの？見覚えですか？
She brought her face close to mine and stared at me. I could almost feel her breath.
そう言われてみれば、なんとなく。
Huh?
いえ、嘘ですよ、嘘。冗談です。
I don't believe you. I think you're you're getting some inklings, some kind of relation or something.
そんなことあるわけないですから。
No reason. I wonder what she meant by that. I thought that maybe she really did know who I was. My heart started to pound again. I remembered when I had seen Sara for the first time a little bit ago. I felt something along the lines of nostalgia. For some reason, I thought they had witnessed the same scene somewhere before. Maybe I'd met her in the past, after all. But I couldn't be sure of it. Even if I did know a name, or even feel nostalgic, it wasn't in my memory. Sora's smile felt far away, so that no matter how much I reached out for it, I would never be able to touch it. After that, Sara and I did a complete check. Anyway, there's a dead end. We got any other exits, though? Exits? They're banging on everything, and there's everybody else. Hello? We were not going to worry about Sara on this occasion. Sara will be fine. She's just a little down, you know. Things are bad. Anyway, we're gonna go into the control room now. Anyway, look, all these things are flooded. It's bad. Hanging out. Give us a brief. What do I want my name to be? We never did find out the kid's name. It's infuriating. But whatever. Anyway, how about Kyosuke? I like Kyosuke. Yeah, you guys got a problem. You guys never like my names. What do you mean? What do you mean it doesn't fit me? Rude. All these rude people not giving me a name. Anyway. Tsugumi, you're mad. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Do I understand what the internal air pressure nonsense means? Yeah, I've heard it before. I get it. It's cool. Anyway, life readings. Life reading 6. The exact number of humans trapped was how many? How many was it? It was 5. Wait, that's not right. There's something strange about it. Protested. Only 5 people that didn't escape in time. But the bioscan is showing 6. So there has to be somebody else in the Mew. Hey, there's something else we're not supposed to know yet.
Sora, Tsugumi,
Yep.
Takashi,
Yep. Yeah. It is 6. Sara, that's wrong though. The thing is, Sora is... The words jumped out of my mouth. The thing is, Sora is... She's not really here. There's another thing you're not supposed to know, kid. Sora is a RSD generated image.
RSD?
It's a system that uses semiconductor lasers to project the image directly onto a person's retina. In other words, the Sora that we're seeing is just an image. Takashi's jaws dropped, and they blinked again and again. An employee of the Mew, I figured that you had known that from the start. She didn't look surprised, but just gazed off into the distance. As for Sora... Yeah. Yep. Just an image. Shake my hand then, Takashi. Looking scared, Sora reached her right hand out toward Sora. Her arm met no resistance as it plunged into Sora's body. Sora reflexively snapped her hand back. Yeah, you guys, yep, it's true. Actually, sort of froze, immobile, like they were cutout pictures. Like, hey, you get it now, right? So, Sora isn't detected by the bioscan sensors.
確かにそう。
You finally broke her
空
silence.
は生体反応にカウントされないはずだから、この数字6っていうのは正しい値ではないということになる。
How did you never figure this out? Firstful, there you go.
Water and water. Water and water, water, water and water and water, water, water and water and water, water, water and water and water, water.
Thanks for the hydrate. I was about to tell you, you gotta remember the redeem part, but then you got it, so it's fine. Isn't it obvious? What do you, what? It's 'cause you're fine. It happens. You'll figure it out one of these days. You're good. Anyway, hey, what's up? If you haven't been watching this, I can't explain this to you either at this point. Like, listen, go watch the VODs if you're that curious. If that's interesting. Because at this point, I got it's too much to tell you. Anyway, Sora shouldn't be counted by the bioscan sensors, so this number 6 can't be the right number. Still salty about being on a losing streak. Well, listen. Maybe you'll fix it this week, or maybe you won't. But listen, you got the tournament. You can turn all of this and make it not matter if you just win the tournament. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. By the way, you, how did you not realize this before? I told you so. So that means that somebody else is here besides us.
ストップ。私が今言ったことをちゃんと聞いてた？
What?
正しい値ではない。要するに、誤作動
Oh,
を起こ
yeah,
しただけってこと。
that's why. That's why you didn't bring this up, because like, it's probably broken.
だって考えてみてよ。
I mean, I don't think you're, I mean, I know you're wrong, but you're probably wrong, but
数字は6だけを表示したわけじゃないんだよ。
it went up and down and left and right. Yes, I know.
最初見たときは7だったじゃない。それから5になったり、6になったり、また7に戻ったりして、これはどうやって説明するのかな？仮によ、少年が言ったように逃げ遅れた人が他にもいるとして、その人は突然消滅したり、出現したり、分裂して2人になったりできるような、そんな得意体質の持ち主なわけ？
Well, how am I supposed to know?
ほらね。
But if somebody else were here, what would you do? Why don't we just search and then call it quits if we don't find anyone? I don't see any reason that you could have against searching.
私は何も拒んでるわけじゃないの。ただね、単なる誤作動にもかかわらず、そのことに振り回されたり、取り乱したりするのはどうかなと思っただけ。
So you really are against it.
だからしてないってば。はあ、わかったわかった。わかりましたよ。もうじゃあこれからその誰かを探しに行くとしましょうか。
Yes, we should. I give a big nod. At that point,
小町さんは。
Sora said it hesitantly.
ああ、そういえばそうだったね。そもそも私たち、つぐみの居場所を突き止めるためにここに来たんだっけ？
はい。ですから、小町さんを見つけ出すと同時に、合わせてレミュー内の捜索を行えばよろしいのではないでしょうか。
Yeah, we need to find Tsugumi anyway, so it's fine. Okay, sounds good. Well, let's get started then. Tsugumi was on Zolterstock, right?
ええ。
Turn Takashi didn't react at all. Imagine they still couldn't quite swallow the idea that Sara was an image. Two were frozen stiff, with their eyes completely absorbed by Sora. What are you doing? Hurry up! Let's get going! I tugged Sara and Takashi by the arm, leading them from the control room. Hey, thanks for the lurk, Percival. See ya. I tugged Sara and Takashi by the arm, leading them from the control room. We climbed the emergency stairs, aiming for the floor that Tsugumi was on. Only Sora remained.
了解。警備室ね。
Hello, security office, yes. You said that towards the ceiling. Way to the office. Takashi said.
それにしても驚きだよな。空が AI だったなんてさ。
Yeah, it's surprising.
しかも空の姿は映像なんでしょ？
Yeah.
確かレーザー光線を使って網膜に直接画像を照射してるってそんなようなことを言ってたよね。
Takashi and Sara were excited as two kids experiencing Halloween for the first time.
でも YOU は知ってたんだよな。空の姿が RSD だってこと。
Yeah, she works here.
うん。一応ここの係員だからね。
Exactly.
じゃあどうして教えてくれなかったんですか？簡単に言うと空はきっとそれを望んでないだろうって思ったから。空 AI のことも RSD のことも自分の口からは言おうとしなかったじゃない。今まで黙ってたってことはなるべくみんなには秘密にしておきたかったってことだと思うの。
Yeah, that's
じゃ
true.
なかったらもっと早い段階で自分の正体を告白してるはずでしょ。
I feel like we found out before that it's in her programming to not. I mean, we know kind of. Like the fact she can't be in two places at once. It's kind of in her programming to stay, you know, stay not known as an AI, if possible. So that's probably.
だから教えなかったの。こういうことは私の口から言うべきことじゃないしね。
なるほど。
Yeah. I shouldn't have said that. You said that Sora wanted to keep all of the AI and RSD stuff a secret, right? And I went and told everybody all about it. Sora might be mad.
そんなこと。
そんなことはないですよ、少年さん。
Oh, hello, Sora. Sora. Suddenly, Sora appeared before everyone. We stopped,
い
surprised.
ずれはお教えしようと思っていたことですし、それにそもそも無理やり隠そうとしていたわけではありませんから。ですからどうかご心配なさらないでください。
あれ？ちょっと待って。だけどどうして少年は空の正体を知ってたの？
Now that's the question, isn't it? Listen, I know things. Don't ask questions.
そういえば少年さん、池に転落した時よりも前の記憶はお持ちになっていらっしゃらないのですよね。
They're not before, they're after. Yeah.
ってことは、その後に誰かから空に関する説明を受けたと。
Exactly. No one told me
だったらなんで知ってるのよ。
that, not again. I thought about it. Morphogenetic field? I mean, more or less. I thought about it. It's the same as the time I had blurted out Sarah's name. I knew something that there was no way I could know. The fact that Sora is an RSD image. When, where, why, from whom, and how could I have heard that? It was like one memory had broken free from the frozen iceberg in my past. I was confused by the memory's image. I don't know. I don't know how I know. How could I know? What is there in my past? Somebody tell me. Both of them looked at each other.
ねえみんな、これって絶対おかしいよ。
It is. It's very strange.
今回のことだけじゃなくて、少年は私の名前も知ってたんだよ。
松永さんの名前も？
うん。全生活史憲法だっけ？それって本人に直接関係のある記憶だけ失われちゃう症状のことでしょ？なのに少年は私や空のことも。待ってまよ。少年を追い詰めちゃダメって言ったでしょ？
だけど、ひょっとしたら逆なんじゃないのか？
Yeah, I agree, Takashi. I agree. Let's pressure the kid right now so he remembers everything.
せっかく記憶の切れ端が見つかったんだ。
Yeah, we're finding some things. Just because, you know, the situation strikes us. So you push. Maybe we'll... I mean, we're not cutting it all the middle expedition to do plot bolts on track. I mean, that's... I mean, you want to be transparent about it. Yes, that's what's happening. But, like...
すぐに掴んで引っ張り出してやらないと、切れ端はどっかに行っちゃうかもしれないじゃないか。
I mean, I don't think that's the case, but... Yes, push the kid, please.
クラナミの言ってること私もわかるよ。
Let's push the kid. Give me all of the knowledge.
でもね、今私たちが置かれてる状況をよく考えてみて。
私も田中さんの意見に賛成です。この中には精神科の専門医もカウンセリングができる方もいらっしゃいません。つまりもしも少年さんの症状が悪化してしまった場合、私たちには手の施しようがないということです。
Don't tell me your logic. I want development, though.
現状をキープするしかないのよ。記憶のことは脱出してからでも遅くはないんだから。
Certain Takashi didn't look satisfied. Maybe I'd gotten used to that kind of thing. I didn't hurt and I didn't feel confused. I was terribly tired. I was absolutely beat. There was no way I was getting any closer to my memory. It was like a lone island shrouded in a fog.
はい。ナッキョ先輩がそう言うならわかりました。それに少年の記憶よりも先に探さなきゃいけないものがあるし。
I mean, true.
探さなきゃいけないもの
We gotta find Tsugumi and maybe the mystery fifth person, the sixth person. That's it. Sixth person. Or fifth person. I don't know numbers anywhere. Anyway, we gotta find Coco, basically. That's it. Yeah, so we go in the scary office. And I can't skip yet. Never mind. Tsugumi was there.
何しに来たの
Hey, Tsugumi, what's up?
つぐみこそこんなとこで何やってんだよ。
教えてあげましょうか。
Yes, what are you doing?
あ
あなたたちが何を企んでるのか調べてたのよ。
Oh, Is Tsugumi gonna tell everybody, be like, hey, you guys are shady, what the heck is going on? That's interesting.
まだそんなこと言ってんのか？お前病気だろ。そういうの被害妄想って言うんだぞ。
いいじゃない、調べてもらった方が。そうすれば私たちの身が潔白だってこと分かってもらえると思う。
Yeah, number 5 and 7, yeah, exactly.
ねえ、つぐみは何を疑ってるの？私たちが何をしたと思ってるの？あなたには関係ない。関係ないなんて言わないでよ。そんな言い方しないでほしい。
Sara clenched her fist and her shoulders shook.
そういう意味で言ったんじゃないんだけどな。え？あなた、サラって言ったわね。うん。サラのことは疑ってないの。
Yeah, Sarah's fine.
だからこの話はサラには関係ないのよ。
So we kind of, she kind of came out with it before that, you, Takashi, and Sora are suspicious because they're doing the same things as they've done before. And apparently, Sara is not involved. So it's just them three, probably. Oh, and the kid. Like, she has some kind of memory, like, you know, memory of the past things, too, kinda?
どういうこと？サラは学校の行事でここに来たんでしょ？つまり偶然居合わせただけだと。
であるとするならば、田中さんも倉成さんも少年さんも皆さん偶然逃げ遅れてしまっただけだと思いますが。
何言ってるの？こんなこと偶然起こるわけないでしょ。
What do you mean, something like this?
だから全てよ。今ここで起きてること全部。
Saying the accident and all didn't happen by
当たり
chance.
前じゃない。
誰かが仕組んだってことか？
誰かじゃない。あなたたちが仕組んだの。
Huh.
何がおかしいのよ。だってこれが笑わずにいら りあなた何歳だっけ？
俺20歳だけど。
私は18歳。
Oh, you're 18. I thought you were like a little older than that.
少年は年齢不詳だけど私より年下なのは確かよね。この3人であんな大事故が起こせると思う？
そうね。あなたたち3人だけでは無理かもしれない。でも茜ヶ崎空、あなたにならできることでしょ。
Yeah, I think Sora is a decent suspect.
空？空？
I mean, not that Sora we know, but
空
Sora could. I mean, yes, honestly. I mean, we saw Yan Sora before, where she tried to kill Takashi legit for a bit.
空はレミのプログラムの一部なの。
So I mean, possible.
レミューのシステムを自由自在に操ることができるのは空、あなたし。私は
ちょっとつぐみ、いい加減にしてよ。
だからサラには関係ないことだって言ってるでしょ。
関係なくなんかないもん。今ここにいる全員はみんな協力し合って脱出しようとしてるんじゃない。もう私たちただの他人じゃないんだよ。なのにつぐみはとにかくこれ以上みんなに変な言いがかりをつけるのはやめてほしいの。
No, Sarah, let's work this out right now.
つぐみ
Please.
はなんか誤解してるんだよ、きっと。
Sara started intensely at Tsugumi. Tsugumi avoided her eyes. In this period of awkward silence, everyone scanned each other's faces, trying to gauge what the others were thinking.
ごめんなさい、サラ。
Tsugumi left the security office with her eyes down.
待ってよ、つぐみ。つぐみ。
You and Sara dashed out of the room after Tsugumi. I left Sora, Takashi, and me. Again, silence enveloped us. Tried to get rid of the awkwardness by staring at the monitors, picking our nails, and fiddling with the lint on our clothes.
では私は制御室に戻ります。
Yeah, you do
何か
that.
分かり次第皆さんにお伝えしますので。
Alright, good to know. Sora left Takashi and me with those words. So she looked at me and shrugged.
ああ、やれやれだな。さてと、どうするか。
What do you mean?
俺たちもつぐみを追いかけるか。
I think the same thing won't just happen again.
じゃあどうするよ。
I don't know.
ここはひとまず館内の見回りかな。
Yeah, we still haven't figured out the problem with the bioscan number.
例の他にも逃げ遅れた人がってやつだろ。
Yeah, let's check around the Mew one more time.
じゃあバラバラに分かれて調べてみるか。俺は下のフロアに行ってみるから。少年はこのフロア、ツバイとシュトックを。
Sounds good. Takashi and I split up to search. We agreed to meet up at 7:30. Or 9:30, whatever. We're gonna meet in front of the security office. Looked around Zwolterstock. Is there anybody there? If so, answer me. I made the sound right out the runs of all the rooms, but I didn't find anyone. It was about time to meet with Takashi. I headed to the front of the security office, but Takashi was nowhere to be seen. Hey, Takashi! I called out to him, but there was no answer. Glancing at the door of the security office, I saw that it was open. I decided to take a peek inside the room. No one was there. Hey, Sora, do you know where Takashi went? I looked up at the bare ceiling and called out. I figured Sora would be in the control room monitoring me. But apparently, she wasn't. Figures in the ceiling remained painfully silent. Wonder what I should do. But as I wandered walking throughout the corridors. First... let's go to the control room. Went to the control room again. What's up? Any progress?
いえ、残念なレミでさえ事態を正確に把握することができていないようなのです。 こんなこと、普通では考えられないことなのですが。
Generalized the massive monitor behind Sora. Platinum views, Valterstock, and Dritter floors was displayed. Myth was monitoring the Mew, wall to wall, 24 hours a day. If the Myth couldn't survey the situation, then what in the world? By the way, why is the Myth called the Myth?
あれ、まだお教えしていませんでしたか？
Yeah, you have. But, yeah, whatever. Thermal vents, yes. I'm ready for the rest of the explanation. But Sora didn't say anything more. I guess she was trying to say, figure the rest out yourself. I thought... New was controlled by a Japanese-German joint venture called Blanc Pharmaceuticals. There'd be a reason that a pharmaceutical company would build a theme park in such a place. That reason and in-house power generation, what do they have to do with each other? Power generation, thermal C4 vents. The first thing that popped into my head was... microorganisms. Microorganisms. That was it. Microorganisms. They're unique kinds of microorganisms found around thermal seafloor vents that weren't found anywhere else. That's why LeBlanc Pharmaceuticals was researching microorganisms on the seafloor. Himmel, IBF, high pressure oxygen treatment device. Was it a plot for some spots rings? Nope. All those words I'd known flashed on the screen in my mind. As usual, I had no idea why I knew them. I had no idea about the reasons or causes behind them, but I was convinced that they were facts. On the ocean floor, below the Mew, LeBlanc Pharmaceuticals has a research lab, right? I said that straight out to Sora.
どうしてそれを？
I thought so. LeBlanc made IBF on the sea floor to research germs and viruses. The theme park was just a kind of cover. Researchers acted like staff members for the Mew, going to the ocean, going above the ocean and back down to the seafloor. And that way, no one would suspect that there was a lab here. Or it might have been a way of securing capital. Working in conjunction with a bustling amusement park, and there would be sort of research funds. I'm right, aren't I?
少年さん、あなた一体何者なんですか？
Yeah, that's the question, isn't it? Who the hell are you? I don't even know myself. All I know is that I do know these things. It all comes to me through some sort of premonition.
そんなはずありません。少年さんは嘘をついていらっしゃるのではありませんか？
No. I mean, I would tell you everything, Sora, but I can't talk to you.
私に何かを隠して。
Not hiding a thing. Being completely open about it. About everything I know. Everything.
わかりました。でもとにかく今のお話は全て忘れてください。
Yeah, forget about it. Forget about everything you just said, please. I know, I won't tell anybody.
いえ、そうではなく忘れていただきたいとも研究所なんてこの海底にはありません。
There is, though.
昔はありましたが、今は閉鎖されて使われていないのです。
I don't believe you.
お願いです。そういうことにしておいてください。
Oh, yeah, you're not even trying to, like... Just... that's the truth, please. Okay, I understand. If that important to you, then I'll forget it.
約束ですよ。
I mean... I'm gonna say I promise, but that's complete... complete bullshit. If you want to be that's frank. Complete bullshit, that claim of, we're not gonna tell anybody. It's nonsense. I saw that I was and left the control room. I thought I would go somewhere else. Alright, the rest of these places... I don't care. It's not important. Hello you, what's up? Your dad? Cool. Nice to know. I promise, just don't look at my hand behind my back. Don't do it, don't look. Takashi's here. Hey, what's up? Takashi, hey.
お、少年、やっと来たかね。
What's up? How you doing?
あ
You're looking
怖い失礼なや
scary.
つだな。
Are you plotting things?
じゃあどれだけ怖かったのか見せてみ。
It was scary, you know. Haha, funny.
お前さんを探してたんだ。おう。お前さんいつまでたっひょっと
You're
した
looking
ら
for me,
ど
huh?
こかで迷子になってビービー泣いてるんじゃないかと。バッキャロ。その時いなかったらお前だろ。Oh,
that's weird. I was here. Oh, you're busy. You're all mad about it, huh?
もうやめないか。こんな身のなんだろ。
Yeah, we should stop. That's fine. It's good.
ところでどうよ。何か思い出せてきたかね。
It changes in my memory. Actually nodded. I shook my head.
そっか。
I mean, that's nonsense, but
でも
listen.
まあ焦るなや。
Yeah, you know.
それはもう一言だ。
It'll come along. It'll come along, you know. Hello. Hello, hello, small girl in the... How you doing? Come on, let's go. Take the girl out of there. Let's go. That's what I said.
どこに？
Anyway, let's just get out of here.
どうして？
Because if we stay here, Coco, then we'll probably... I sucked in my breath. Somehow I knew her name as well. Yagami Coco. And I had a premonition that something was about to happen. Thought that when I took my eyes off of her, Coco would vanish. Like a ghost. So I'd take her out of there.
お願い。行かないで。
What?
どこにも行かないで。一人ぼっちにしないで。
I couldn't understand what she meant. I didn't understand, but my mouth had an answer. I won't go. I'll stay with you, Coco. Please don't go. Just then, the two of our minds had overlapped. I didn't want to lose sight of Coco's existence. Coco felt the same way. Coco's eyes watered as she was sad. A shocked look appeared on Coco's face as her eyes focused behind me. Caught Coco's gaze. No, don't look! On the other side of the door was Takashi peering
誰
in.
と話してるんだ。
I already looked back, but Coco was no longer there. No, you look! Don't look! Coco! Coco! My voice echoed and died in that small plated room. Coco! No one was there to answer my shouts. There's no sign of anyone, and felt as if it might have been that way from the start. There were no wrinkles where Coco had been sitting, no warmth either. There was just a faint smell, like the frozen smell that follows the north wind across snowfields.
ココ。お前今ココって
Oh,
そう言ったのか。
Takashi, hey, do you recognize that name as well? I did say Coco. I looked back at Takashi. Something was different about Takashi. His lips were trembling. Takashi, do you know Coco? You do know her.
いや、知らない。
Liar. Before you said that, I know you know her.
本当に知らないんだ。
Why are you lying? The girl was here just now. But when you showed your face, she vanished.
嘘をついてるのはお前の方だろ。そんな女の子どこにもいないじゃないか。
Yes, there was. I'm positive that Coco was sitting on that bed. Tell me, who is she?
だから知らないって言ってるだろうが。それにお前は質問する相手を間違えてる。その女の子を見たのは俺じゃない。少年だろ。少年が見たんだろ。聞きたいのはこっちの方だ。ココって誰なんだよ。お前の知り合いか？
No, but
じゃあどうして名前を知ってるんだ？
I don't know why. It just suddenly popped into my head.
やれやれ。またですか。本当にややこしい記憶喪失だよな、お前。オッケーオッケー。少年はこの加減圧室で一人の少女に出会った。理由はわからないけど、彼女の名前だけは知っている。
Yep.
で、その女の子はカゲロウのように跡形もなく消えてしまった。 こんなバカバカしい話を俺に信じろと。
Yes. I'm telling the truth.
はいはい。
It's true, I said.
わかったわかった。
You don't get it at all.
とにかく俺は行くから、お前も早く来いよ。
あ
みんな会議室でお前のこと待ってんだよ。一緒に飯食おうと思って。
Who cares about eating?
じゃあ勝手にしろ。
She left me with those harsh words and departed. That's super... I mean, I haven't been on board with Tsugumi this whole time, but that was super suspicious. Because Takashi picked up on Coco for a second, and he was like, no, never mind. I heard nothing. The bioscan figure was eating at my mind. Life readings 5. Number had dropped from 6 to 5. We're in the conference room now. Bird. A quick sec. Told her about the girl. 5, 6, 7. What could it mean? The girl was in fact a ghost, and that would mean number 5 was correct. Sora wouldn't be included, and the 4 of us there plus Tsugumi would equal 5. But the number had jumped to 6 and even to 7. What in the world could that girl be? It reminded me of what you had said.
その人は突然消滅したり出現したり分裂して2人になったりできるようなそんな得意体質の持ち主なわけ？
If that were the case, it would explain everything. When the girl disappeared, the number would be 5. When she appeared, 6. And when she split, then 7. Split. That was crazy. I shook my head at my own silliness. Maybe I was losing it. Something had to be wrong with me. I needed to calm down and collect myself. When I thought that, I flipped up the tab on the can of cola. First, I didn't know what happened. I licked the record about my lips. Sweet. Seems the cola exploded, because it did. Now we're in the question chamber.
やめろって。
And now Takashi is sleeping.
それにしてもどんな夢を見て
They're
る
in
んだ
some
ろう
kind of dream. Dream about you. Don't eat.
ちょっとくら
Right on his face. Good job. Takashi had gotten delivered a sandwich to Tsugumi. He was changing clothes. Apparently she had spilled something on them while eating. Fortunately, her normal clothes were safe in the changing room in the dry area.
ねえお腹もいっぱいになったことだしゲームでもやらない？
You wanna play a game?
山手線ゲームとか3文字しりとりとかそうだじゃんけんモノマネゲームやろうよ
What if I don't want to play? Act like a baby. How do you act out a spoiled baby?
あそれ結構得意だったりするかも
Really?
うん
Okay then. Matsunuga Sara-san, become a spoiled baby.
僕は言わんミルクが冷たいよちゃんと人肌に温めてくんなきゃ
That wasn't very good. Not a fan. Sorry, I can't remember what babies are like, so I don't know if that was close. And
やっ
then,
てんの
Sarah's a big baby! And the power went off. Takashi went to look for Tsugumi.
つぐみはどこに
Sara and I shook our heads in the
とにかく
darkness.
倉成とつぐみを探しに行こう空はマヨ今は停電なのよ
Yeah, there's a blackout.
だから
Oh, I see. Sora's brain is AI and her body is made by RSD. Which means if the power is down, then Sora can't appear. We get to hear a Caesar impression, huh? I mean, I could make that I could make an exception.
そういうこと
Saying that, you started running. Took Sara by the hand and followed after Siu. I know where Takashi and Tsugumi were. I could imagine they'd be wandering around during a blackout. So where could they have gone first? The control room. Can't think of anywhere else. The power is out, so the door didn't open automatically. You pulled the lever next to the door and opened it up manually. Three of us went inside. You called in the darkness. Hello! There's no answer. You picked up a flashlight at some point. Then she had gotten it somewhere in the control room. You turned it on. A white circle of light appeared on the wall. You shined the flashlight left and right, lighting up all corners of the room. The electrical system was completely down. Like an abandoned castle, there was no sign of warmth left. Anyway, hello, welcome back. Now we're gonna go down the elevator. What is this? The buoyancy Archimedes, whatever? Yeah, I got it. Archimedes says it. Yep, I know this. No problem. We got the fish. We could wait here, or we could help you. But hey, new idea, guys. Why don't we go together? We should go together. Why doesn't everyone go? That was my idea.
22で分かれる必要なんてないもんな。
Yeah, we don't gotta be into teams.
そうすればさすがにたけしも手出せないしね。
I mean, I doubt he would do that in the first
だから
place.
出さねえっつの。
Yeah, everybody goes. It's fine. So all four of us ended up moving to the room together. The room is covered in a massive web of pipes. Pipes continued into the generator room next door. It seemed that opening and closing the valves would adjust the water and oil pressure. Normally, the myth is responsible for maintaining the generator room, but even it can't do much when the generator itself goes out. Anywho, this is all because the power supply is down. This room is designed so that maintenance can be performed manually at times like these, or during blackouts. That is what you told me. You selected one pipe from the countless rows of them and instructed Takashi to close its valve.
たく、人使いが荒いね。
Actually turned the valve shut, as you had ordered. Those complaints. Sara and I just stood off to the side and watched the work unfold. Finally.
ダメだ。これ閉まんないよ、ゆう。
だらしないな。男でしょ。
んなこと言ったって閉まんないもんは閉まんないんだからしょうがないだろ。錆びついちまってるんだよ。びくともしないんだ。
じゃあレンチでも使ってみたら？
レンチ？
Yeah, try a
ハン
wrench.
ドルの頭のところにボルトがついてるでしょ。レンチで引っ掛ければ動くかもしれない。
そうか、レンチか。おい少年。というわけだから工具箱を持ってきてくれないか？
Hid around in the darkness.
何やってんだよ。工具箱だよ、工具箱。
But there isn't one here.
たけし、ちゃんとこの部屋に持ってきた？
ああ、いっけね。発電室の前に置いたままだ。
まったく。
Alright, I'll go get it. I ran, running for the exit. Water splashed as I ran along the route we had come along. But the generator room was practically next door. Less than 10 meters later, I turned the corner and entered the corridor leading to the front of the generator room. Oh, there it is. The toolbox was sitting right in front of the door. I headed toward it. Every time I put my foot down on the floor, little ripples formed on the surface of the water. Oh, hello! You played the version with no voices. Yeah, they do sound good. I always played them with voices. I don't know how far you got when you played, but we're real far in. We're in Coco's right now. I've never done this before. I've gotten a little bit in, but most of this like new stuff has been on stream. Anyway, we're in Coco's right now. But yes. Tiny circles of waves collided with the wall and bounced off the side of the toolbox, rippling off in regular eccentric rings. It was dark. Still, I was able to sense the changes and coldness in the movement of the water. The vision felt surprisingly sharp. It happened just then. There's a big splash and spray of water. Came from around the right side of the wall, nearly below the operating console. Droplets of water scattered gently around my legs. Melting waves struck my feet. Ah, good. Yeah, I'm looking forward to my actions. Yes, these will all be genuine, because I've never fucking played this. I never got this far before. I only did like 2, 3, maybe 2 routes. I feel like I never felt chilling to my core. I readied myself for anything, facing the darkness. Just then,
長湯店をいし月のせい夢の中より待ち降りぬ
who's there?
今宵柳つくよみ林早く今かと待ち降り
Hey, who's there?
ぬ眠りたもぬくと丸みて眠りたも母に抱かれて
Coco. Okay, I don't think we can disregard that Coco is real at this point. She made the water move. Like, this is real. You can't disregard this now. I said the name without thinking. The shape that suddenly spelled out of the darkness was undoubtedly the girl from the impression chamber. One from the day before. And Coco was singing a
こ
song.
こね待ってたんだよ
Spoke before I could.
君が来るのずっと待ってたの月のせいみたいに一人ぼっちで
Then you should have come to
ダメ
me.
なんだよそれは無理なんだ
Why?
君が連れて行ってくれないからだよ
What?
みんなのとこに連れて行ってくれる
Yes, I want to. Of course I will. Let's go together, right now. Just as I said that. A wall of water exploded from near Coco's feet. Droplets of water scattered everywhere, like mist.
さようなら
No, wait! Coco disappeared in the spray. Melting waves struck my feet. A fine spray of mist erupted skyward and rained down gently on the waves. There was the toolbox, left in the darkness. That was all I saw. I forgot myself. All I could do was stand in that narrow corridor. I didn't know how much time had passed. Dragging the heavy toolbox and my heavier legs, I returned to the room with the pipes.
よーしこれで完了だな
Oh, did you guys solve it while I was gone?
まだ終わったわけじゃないでしょそうこれはまだ準備段階なんだから
Oh, you guys solved it while I was out having, you know.
ああそっかこれから隣の発電機の修理しなきゃなんないんだもんな
Actually wiped away the sweat from his forehead.
あれ少年そんなとこで何やってんの
Hello. Noticing me, you turned around. I brought the
道具
toolbox.
箱
ああそれならもう必要ないみたいよ
What?
ごめんねあのバルブ最初から閉まってたみたいなの
つまり閉めようとしても閉まらなかったのは閉まってしまっていたからなのだ
I heard you the first
あそう
time.
かしまったまあまあそう怒るなやこういうこともたまにはあるさ
I'm not mad.
どうしたの
I decided to Ooh. I mean, they're gonna call me crazy again, but I'm still gonna tell them. I told them. Actually, I saw that girl again.
あの女の子って？
The girl that disappeared in the compression chamber. I told you last night. Don't you remember?
ああ、また例の幻覚か。
I mean, at this point. She's not invisible. I screamed with them as loudly as possible.
ちょっと少年、ムキにならないでよ。とにかく落ち着いて。その女の子、どこで見かけたの？
In front generator room.
なんか話したの？
Yeah. I think she said something about being all alone like a moon sprite. Oh, that's right. She was singing a lullaby. It was the same lullaby that Sara sang before. You and Takashi looked at Sora. I focused my eyes on her too.
私、子守歌なんて歌ったことないけど。
Yeah, you're not supposed to know this either, kid. But listen, it's happened. It's fine. Liar. You did too sing a lullaby before, Sara. I remember it. She stared at me as she felt sorry for me. She looked like she had a bad taste in her mouth. I actually avoided my eyes and leaned in close to say something to you and Sara. You and Sara listened to Takashi whispering. What are you whispering about? I'm fine. I'm not crazy. Don't you look at me like that.
オッケー、わかったわかった。じゃあ、その女の子を目撃した場所にみんなで行ってみようじゃないか。
She's not there anymore. She
そう
disappeared.
か。だけどもしかしたらまた現れるかもしれないだろ。
You definitely told them, like, hey, just play along. You definitely told them that. It's no good. She won't.
俺たちはお前の言ってることを信じてるんだ。いや、信じることにしたんだ。な？だからそう、自暴自棄になるなよ、少年。
I didn't feel like saying anything else. Their agreeing with me was somehow sad. I'm sure at the little whispering conference they had just held went something along the lines of, just agree with whatever he says. It depressed me and sapped all my energy. I didn't feel like resisting the three of them or trying to give myself a pep talk. I was tired. I thought they could do what they wanted. You just keep your cool, okay, kid? Actually's words lacked conviction. After that, I went back in front of the generator room. There was, of course, no sign of the girl. Four of us waited outside the generator room until we could be sure that the temperature inside had cooled enough. Time was cruel but forgiving. My feelings smoothed over slowly with time. Protruding bits of a beach surrounded by an endless progression of waves. After a while, I was back to my normal self. Only Coco's parting word, farewell, seemed to linger in my mind, echoing without end. So basically, we can skip now. But we are here at you stuff. Slightly stuff. Oh, we're talking about like ghosts and Coco could be a ghost. Listen, I'm not gonna keep arguing at this point. You already know. Never mind, it's fine. Wasn't satisfied, but I learned something. Couldn't beat you in a debate.
その顔、まだ納得できないって感じね。
I'm not gonna bother. You can't convince me. I know I saw her. At least I saw something.
僕には霊感があるんだとか。
I
言いたくないよ
mean,
ね。
yes. Not that, but more or less, yes.
ちょっとマジ？ 言い出すつもり？うん、わかったわかった。でも突然薄桃色のエクトプラズムとか吐き出したりしないでね。
Man, that was my next trick.
あとそれからここでは奨励行為も禁止。
Oh, you gotta get channeling spirits. Come on now.
ポルターガイストとか起こったらせっかく止めたネジが外れちゃうかもしれない。
That's what you're concerned about? Not believing this stuff. You sure know a lot about it.
信じてないから詳しい
Oh
の。
yeah, you're protecting yourself with your knowledge. Yes, I got it. Yep. All the third eye stuff, probably. Let's go back upstairs. After that, gathered the rest here, had a light meal, and chatted it up. From beginning to end, Sora's explanation of the RSD system dominated the conversation. During the talk, I discovered something of interest. Learned that Sara was supposed to be amazing when it came to computers. Sara was floored the day before when she heard that Sora was computer generated. But Sora gave her a technical explanation. She was able to absorb it all without any problem. Oh, are you just glazing over the conversation we've seen, like, twice at this point? You said about Sara...
マヨはね、ハッカーなのよ。
Yeah, she's a hacker. Yep, hacker.
なんて言ったらいいんだろう。
He's an expert at computers. After the discussion, I stayed in the rest area alone. It was the free time of sorts. Imagine that that everyone would walk around the Mew, spending the time as they pleased. We decided when and where we should meet. I didn't know what I should do with myself. I didn't know what I should do with myself until then. I was bored stiff. Looked down. The floor was covered with a layer of water. Can I? No, I can't. It's like the cold night of the moon. Poked my finger into the water. Pop. Water rippled and the surface shook. The light in the water fragmented into disarray, finally returning to its original shapes. I reached into the water, trying to grab the light, but I could only grab a little seawater. I couldn't touch the light. I tried again and again, but no matter how I tried, I couldn't grab the moon. The words I just heard from Sora cut across my mind again.
誰も私のことを見ていなければ、私は存在しないも同然ということです。
I lay down on the bench and closed my eyes. Thought about Sora. Hey, Pat. Thanks for stopping by. Sadly, I can't explain any of this to you. I can't explain any of this to you. I guess briefly I'll attempt. So I am far in on a visual novel where we're in an underwater theme park. You know, there is things are bad. You know, it's flooding. It's gonna blow up in a couple days. There, and depending on the timeline you're in, there's viruses or just everything's bad, and there's different people in different timelines. But the kid here, it kind of knows things that he's not supposed to know at this point, because like this is the last route where it's like, hey, all that stuff the person behind the character knows. Yeah, we're seeping all this in now. So I can't explain any of this to you honestly, but if you want to chill and learn about like watch out of context visual novel, I mean, feel free. Anyway, thanks for stopping by in general, Pat. Nice to see you. Anyway, thought about Sora. As I thought, my consciousness slipped into a light sleep. It's actually more than a light sleep. I continued my slumber. Opened my eyes, there was Sora.
少年さん、もう皆さんはお待ちになっているようですよ。
Sora said it softly, peering down at me, spread out on the bench. I was still half asleep when Sora and I started heading for the conference room to meet everyone. I thought as I walked the corridors in a stupor. I remember the words that Sora had said before I slept. I mean that I ceased to exist when no one was looking at me. For some reason, I just couldn't shake those words from my mind. I asked Sora, walking next to me, why she had said them. What she said was...
誰かが私を見る。その行為があって、 初めて私は姿を現すことができる。視線、視点、誰かの視点が私を作るのです。少年さん、あなたが目を閉じた時、私は消えてなくなるのです。
Oh, Pat. you know, listen, telling anybody like, hey, don't go to sleep, watch the VODers, it's not gonna work. But like, hey, you don't have to. But I'm very glad that you would want to catch it anyway. So thank you, but also, it's fine, go to sleep. It's up, you can always watch the VOD later. There will be 3 of them. You can only watch one. Well, I mean, you can watch all of them if you wanted. I mean, there's no rule saying you can't watch all of the VODs, but like... Anyway, thank you for your support, Pat, is what I'm saying. Sleep if you want. It's okay. It's cool. You're getting on the lamp? You're getting in on the... I didn't know that. Nobody told me this. I'm in for that. I love that, though. I'm down for that. Let's go. Yes, perfect. I'm completely down for that. Anyway. That sounds great. Anyway. We're gonna try it. And I closed my eyes. I decided to test it and covered my eyes with one hand. Instantly, Sora vanished. If Sora did exist, I should have been able to see her head above my hand and her feet below. But Sora wasn't there. I only kept the laser from reaching my eye. My hand kept the laser from reaching my eye, so I couldn't see Sora. Something about it made her seem fragile and temporary. It scared me. Quickly put down my hand. A beautiful image appeared without a sound. She smiled gently. Sora. There's no real meaning in my question. Maybe it was just that I wanted to see whether or not she would answer me. Given her fragile existence, there seemed to be a danger that she might slip away at any moment. I was uneasy about it, and at the same time, felt a sort of awe about the mystery of it. I felt drawn to her. Sora was blushing. Oh, no, nothing else. Sora pinched her lips closed. She was slightly embarrassed. Uh-huh. Yeah. Never. I've never seen the moon. The question came out of nowhere. My mind switched tracks and started looking for an appropriate answer. The moon, huh? I don't suppose this is a question I should have to think about, but having lost my memory and all, I can't say for sure that I've seen it, but I know what the moon is, and I'm pretty sure that I have seen it.
わかりました。では満月の晩、少年さんが月を見上げていたとします。その時、少年さんが目を閉じてしまっても、月はそこにあると思いますか？
That's easy. Of course it would.
ならば、世界中の人間が一斉に目を閉じたとしたらどうでしょう？
I don't know what your point is, but if everyone in the world closed their eyes, the moon wouldn't disappear.
本当ですか？
Yes.
どうやって確かめます？
Just open your eyes,
そ
right?
れでは家庭に背くことになります。私がお尋ねしたのは、観測せずに月があるかどうかを確かめる方法は存在するかということです。少年さんが目を閉じた時にも、世界は本当にあるのでしょうか？もしも、私の画像だけでなく、このレミューの一切合切がすべて RSD による幻影だとしたらどうしますか？
Now, I know that's not true, but the fact that you're bringing it up like that, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I don't like that. Huh?
少年さんが今ご覧になっている壁や天井やその他の景色のすべてを実像だと証明することができますか？
I mean, close your eyes, but you can still touch the wall. Everything I'm looking at is RSD. I panicked, glancing around my surroundings.
ごめんなさい。冗談ですよ。
That was a joke.
レミューは確かに実在します。
Are you sure though?
少年さんがあまりにも自信たっぷりにお答えになったので、ちょっとからかってみたくなっただけです。
Sora giggled, covering her mouth.
しかし、これだけは言えます。人間が世界を認識するためには、五感のうちのいずれかを使う以外に方法はありません。
Yes, that's
す
true.
べての感覚を失ってしまったら、世界があるのかどうかさえわからなくなってしまうのです。逆に言えば、視点こそが世界を作っていると言えるかもしれませんね。この場合の視点とは、視覚のことだけを指しているのではなく、聴覚、嗅覚、味覚、触覚のすべての感覚を指しています。物事を知覚するポイント、それが視点なのです。そして私は月と同じなのです。お分かりになりましたか？
Felt I had been able to get the gist of what she meant. Still, I didn't know what exactly she meant by I am the same as the moon. Must have an image of a silvery blue moon, its light piercing through the dark night. I see, that's what she means. The answer came to me surprisingly quickly. The moon didn't bark like a dog, it didn't smell, it didn't taste tart like an apple. At least, not as far as I knew. One way to be sure of the existence of the moon was through its small gravitational pull and its blue-white light. Even in that way, the mysterious charm of the moon and its transcendence were things Sora shared. I believed the moon was there, so it was there. I believed that Sora was there, so she was there. Maybe that was what Sora wanted to say. Yeah, I understand. That's how I answered. Sora's eyes lit up and her cheeks wrinkled in a big smile. It might have been in my imagination, but I thought I smelled the tart scent of an apple from somewhere. It was nighttime. Deep below the ocean's surface was only slightly darker than before. Anyway, we're skipping. Hello! Are we gonna play tag? We're gonna play kick the can? Cool. Yeah, I get it. We're gonna win by numbers. You're wet. Alright. Let's go with you. Yeah, we're going with... Let's go, you. Where are you gonna go hide? Go run. Hiding in there. Let's go check some rooms. The control room. Tsugumi was in there. Go check the ruins. You is in here. What's up, you? Nobody's here. The rest area. Somebody's... Yeah. We fell on Sara. Now we're in the infirmary. Somebody still kicked the can those times. It was very confusing. Anyway, in the infirmary. Going to sleep was fine, but where? There are full legitimate beds in the dry areas. There's one in the compression chamber, along with the 2 beds and examination table in the infirmary. 2 was missing, and Sora didn't need sleep, so there was exactly 4 of us. It's actually been relegated to the compression chamber as a potential danger to the... Oh, that's bad. Poor Takashi, man. You and Sora had said that they would take 2 beds since they were vulnerable young women. So I got stuck on the hard examination table.
Oi, Shone.
Never solved the mystery of the can-kicking ghost. Yeah, nope, not yet. Hello. Hello, Takashi.
Shone.
Yeah. What do you want? Takashi was shaking me. I'd forgive you even if I were asleep with you shaking me hard.
What do you want?
Isn't it obvious? I'm sleeping like a log. Close my eyes.
釣れないこと言うなや。眠れないんだよ。
Last night, you seemed like you were totally
だっ
fine.
てな、あの狭苦しい加減圧室の中に一人ぼっちなんだぞ。まるで棺桶の中にでも閉じ込められちまった気分で。
Same place you were snoring away last night. You could sleep in a coffin. You could sleep in a cup of coffee.
お、うまいね。棺桶とカフェオレか。カフェオレには覚醒作用を持つカフェインが含まれている。だから普通の人間ならばカフェオレの中ではまどろみさえ覚えないはずだが、きっとたけしだったら、つまり図太い神経を持っている俺だったら、そんな覚醒作用などものともせずグースカと眠りこけてしまうだろうというような意味を込めつつ、棺桶の韻をさりげなく踏んでみたりしたわけだな。
Takashi, what do you want? Stupid.
年長者に向かってアホとは何事じゃ。
What do you want? I'm going to sleep.
なん頼むよ少年、ちょっと付き合ってくれよ。
Good night. I turned away from him. Tug, tug, tug. It actually had pulled me off the examination table. Hey, what are you doing? I'll sue you.
まあまあいいからいいから、ここは一つ男同士で一杯やろうじゃないか。
No thanks.
俺もやだ。やだやだやだやだやだやだやだやだ。少年がいなくちゃ嫌なんだい。
And then,
うるさいいい加減もう寝なさい
he laying in the bed next to me had snapped. He sat upright, a strange light emanating from her.
どうもお騒がせしました。
Walked out of the room with Takashi's hand pushing me from behind.
じゃあまあとりあえず売店にでも行ってビール調達してくるか。
You're gonna make the underage kid drink tea, Takashi. That's illegal. Anyway, I'm slightly impressed that they put a CG there just for fun. I mean, I'm happy about it, but I'm surprised. I just started walking. Stayed where I was. Is there beer in the
まあ
meal?
売り物じゃないらしいんだが、冷蔵庫の奥の方にあったやつを見つけたんだ。多分店員か誰かがこっそり隠しておいたんだろう。
But I can't drink beer.
どうして？
I stopped and turned around. I'm not old enough.
それがどうした？
Underage means you can't drink alcohol. It's the law.
つまりお前は法を犯したくないと。だ
Yeah.
けどお前、竜田サンドも食ったし、コーラも飲んだよな。金も払わずに。
That's because I had to survive.
ああ、嫌だね。嫌だ嫌だ。お前授業中にメール打ってるやつ、教師にチクるタイプだろ。
I am not.
しないかどうかはわからないだろ。記憶がないんだから。
Don't logic me, Takashi. Get out of here.
ああ、もうわかったわかった。じゃあ少年はクリームソーダでも飲んでろよ。
I'll go for cream soda. Let's go. I'm in. Why cream
お
soda?
邪魔だからだ。
I'm not a baby. I'm 16.
16歳だろ。
Wait, is that real? Hold up. Is that real? Is that a real age?
16歳。十分ガキンチョじゃないか。
Stop it. 16 is still underage, but I'm not a kid anymore. I'm still not an adult, but I'm not a kid anymore. That's what I am.
何が子供超だ。超子供なくせに。
I'm going back to bed.
うっそびょんうっそびょん。だよなだよな。お前はもう子供じゃないな。お兄さんにはよーくわかるぞ。あれあれちょっと待てよ。少年。お前記憶がないんだったよな。
Right.
だったらどうして自分が16歳だって知ってるんだ。
I don't think we've been told he's 16. Oh, yeah, Pat. So we've played the kick the can game like 4 times at this point. Always there's been like somebody kicking the can and like in the distance, but we didn't see them. But it's fine. There's just a ghost playing the game too. It's fine. Yeah, I don't think we've known that the kid was 16. I don't think we ever got a number. Because I don't know why. As I mumbled, I unconsciously held open my right hand. I stared absently at my palm. I still have no idea what had happened to my finger. There's no doubt that I had said I was 16. But I couldn't be sure I was right. I wonder if I was really that age. If I could believe my words.
まあいいや。とにかく良かったじゃないか。思い出して。徐々に記憶が回復してきたっていう証拠だろ。
Yeah, true.
ふーん。
I know things I shouldn't know, but I'm getting some memories back at least.
じゃあ俺の推測は当たらずとも遠からずだったってわけだな。
Huh?
ほら、昨日言っただろ ?14、5歳ぐらいに見えるってさ。まあこんな感じの16歳がいても別に不思議ではないが。
Could be. Could be. What's that supposed to mean? I looked at my arms, my legs, my whole body as if to check. Lastly, I touched my hands to my face.
んっていうか、まさかお前、自分の顔も忘れちまったのか
Face. Put on my power into opening the door. We had a high ceiling, and I ran towards the mirror on the room's far wall. My leg caught on the bench, and I crashed into the floor. I lifted my head slowly. The mirror was right in front of me, and I was inside of it. Looked at me. For some reason, I felt scared all of a sudden. I squeezed my eyes shut and looked down. I bowed my legs to stand me up. My knees shook. I stumbled two or three steps. Put my hand on a lock to keep myself from falling. I tried to walk. It was as if the mirror was sucking me toward it. I put both hands on the mirror. Both my eyes were slightly open, but I wasn't able to raise my face yet. It was facing me, and both of us had our hands facing each other. I could only see his body. His legs quivered. His palms shook, making the mirror rattle. I took a breath. The shaking stopped. At that moment, sound suddenly disappeared. I didn't move. The other me didn't move either. I waited for him to move. I looked up ever so slightly. I saw another world behind his back. Bench lay knocked over. Clothing was scattered everywhere. Someone was standing on the other side of the open door.
おい、少年どうしたんだよ突然走り出したりして。
I turned around. I actually stood with one hand on the door.
鏡。
First made me want to look. Turned my eyes around. Inside the massive mirror, the face of some kid I didn't know staring back at me. That's not the kid we've seen. I don't think. He looks older. He looks older than the kid we've seen. He screamed for the end of the world. Face contorted in a way that chilled my spine. Touched his hair with both hands. His body shook, racked with convulsions.
なんだどうしたんだよ少年
Put his fingernails on his cheek and harshly scratched the flesh around his neck. His lower jaw protruded forward, drooping downward as his tongue hung out. No, 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 no.
なんだよ何が違うって言うんだどうしちまったんだよ一体
It's not me. It's not me. It's not me.
何がお前じゃないんだ
Ah! Oh.
どうすりゃいいんだ
No, no, no. It's not me. It's not me. It's not me.
ちょっと待ってろ今みんな呼んでくるからな
I didn't know who the me inside the mirror was. It wasn't the face of the kid that I knew. It wasn't the sick color of his skin, or his bloodshot eyes, or the way his tongue hung limply. His whole appearance was completely different than anything I had in my memory of myself. He wasn't me. No, I wasn't him. Who was he? Who in the world was I? The me was standing there, didn't know who I was. Where was the real me? Who are you? I asked him, and he asked me. Who am I? I asked me, and he asked he. My consciousness was fading, and I gradually started losing my senses. Who are you? Who am I? Someone whispered in my ear. I didn't know if it was me or him. Who are you? Who am I? My eyes clouded over and I couldn't see clearly. But he swung back and forth like a pendulum, finally disappearing from my sight. Drifting in pure white darkness. It wasn't me or him floating, but both me and him. Lost sight of where I ended and the world began. I had lost all sense of everything. I had no way to confirm my existence. I slid myself adrift, like a baby floating in the womb, dissolving, 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 dissolving. Dissolved into pure white darkness. The pure white darkness becoming me. I was nowhere. The me who was nowhere was everywhere. So, where was the real me? Who are you? Who am I? And the whispering voices appeared, swallowed by the dark light. In that world, where the boundaries between light and shadow blended, there was no sound. The motion of the white waves of darkness surged forward, permeating my skin and shaking my whole body. Something like a hard shell began to resonate and emit a black light from inside. There was no sign that the waves would stop. Rather, they seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. A crack ran down the side of the outer husk. It began to spread like the strands of a web and soon covered the entire shell. Pieces began to fall away, dropping to the floor. What I got a glimpse of through the fragmented shell was dazzling. Particles of light filling the white space began to converge on each other. The light formed a vague image. The image came flying into view. A fragment of a scene familiar to me. I woke up in the middle of the conference room. Eh? Me? Oh. Alright. Okay, that's fine. That's just fine. Hello. We're not the kid anymore, apparently. We are Takashi now. What? Excuse me. What has happened? Why did I feel such unease towards me? If you stared at something for a long time, it could seem to warp and change. The unnaturalness I felt right then seemed like that phenomenon. As though I was taking something for granted that I shouldn't. It was probably just my mind playing tricks on me. And not thinking any more of it, I shook Coco's shoulder. She was asleep next to me, head down on the table. Hey, get up, it's morning. Rubbing her eyes, Coco got up slowly. Hi Coco, how you doing? Haven't talked to you in a while. Huh? Oni-chan. Oh, I see. You have a brother, Coco, but I'm not your brother. Coco is still having dreamland. Leave for school. What are you talking about? Listen. Stop messing around. We're going to eat. There you are. Coco and I made it to the kiosk. Everyone had gathered there. Tsugumi, Sora, you, the kid, all of them. Made our way to the submarine and opened up the refrigerator. Oh. Spotted sausages hidden in the back. I decided to make everyone hot dogs. Soon after I made breakfast for everyone, I leaned out the counter and said, "Alright, whoever wants to eat, get in line."
ここ一番
Oh, well, here you go.
Thank you.
Help yourself to the ketchup and mustard.
あ、僕にも一つください。
Yeah, this is the kid I know. This is the kid I recognize. Not the other kid. That kid, I didn't know who the hell that was.
ちょっと並びなさいよ。次は私。
I could try and skip, but I'm not going to. That's probably the way things usually were at the shop. During these schedules when we might get out of Lemieux. In the meantime, we stopped thinking about the difficult and negative
なんか
things.
知らないけど楽しそうだね。
Who, me? You think so? Fun, I guess. Maybe.
なんか暮らし生き生きって感じ。
I wonder how that feel. I guess it'd be kind of fun, owning a stand like this.
屋台系。
Yeah.
たけぴょん、本物の屋台のお兄ちゃんみたい。
Hot dogs, get your hot dogs. They're on the
ひょっと
house.
してひょっとすると前世がホットドッグ屋さんだったかもね。
Ah, shucks, dear customer, you're just saying that.
違うってここミスターホットドッグというより
Mr. Hot
は
Dog.
サンドイッチマン。
Ah, come on, you. I didn't think they're hot dogs and walked in a short distance from the stand, laughing. This is the first time we were able to serve hot dogs. Every other time, they've been gone, like Scooby ate them or something. I think this is the first time we ever got to serve hot dogs. If they traded places, Tsugumi came up.
何かあったの？
Everyone's eating hot dogs. Hey, I got one for you too. Tsugumi took it without a word of thanks and went to the corner of the room. Sora was talking with the kid. It was a bit sad that I couldn't make anything for her. Still, leaning over, I really stuffed my own hot dog into my mouth and watched everyone from where I was. It was May 3rd. It's been 3 days since we've been trapped. But everyone was bright and showed no feeling of fatigue or sadness. Especially Coco. It was hard to believe that she had suffered so much that first night. For no reason, Coco was playing with Pippi's tail. Looking at her smiling face, I suddenly remembered how we had bumped into each other again. So I got out of the elevator. I seemed to remember. Ah,
あの時の
this didn't happen before. I've never seen this CG before. Excuse me. You're that girl from before. Girl and I pointed at each other and froze. Spotted the scruffy face of a dog circling around your feet.
こ
Popo.
こじゃないよ。この子はピピ。私はココ。ごっちゃにしないでよね。
But what are you doing here?
なんでって言われても下のフロアに行こうと思ったら突然このエスカレーターが止まっちゃって。
This isn't an escalator, but yeah, it's an elevator. But whatever,
間違えちゃった。
it's fine.
エペレーターね。
That's not right either. No, not elevator. If you're on a moving staircase, that's called an escalator. And if you're in a box that goes up and down, that's called an elevator. Try not to mix them up.
まあそんなのどっちでもいいでしょ。
Yes, it
と
does.
にかく理由はわからないけどいきなりこの箱の中に閉じ込められちゃったの。
Really?
ね
Hmm?
え早く出してほしいんですけど。
Oh, I'm sorry. I said that and got down on my stomach from atop the elevator. Leaned down in the small hole and stuck my hand out to Coco.
先にピピをお願い。
Coco held Pippi up to me, stretching as far as she could to make him reach. I grabbed onto Pippi's front legs and pulled him out from the hole in the ceiling. Okay, it's your turn next, Coco. Took my hand again. Coco jumped over and over, reaching up for my hand. But either she was too short or couldn't jump because she didn't even reach my fingertips. Next, I looked over to where Sora was. She's staying next to the kid and talking with Tsugumi about something. Couldn't hear what they were talking about from where I was. Akanagazaki Sora. It's hard to believe that she was only an illusion generated by an RSD. I stared at her again from a distance. Remembered what we talked about the day before.
ところで、クラナリさんは月を見たことがありますか?
This is bullshit! You did not have this conversation! This is not your conversation to have, Takashi. Yeah, are you kidding?
では、満月の晩、クラナリさんが月を見上げていたとします。その時、クラナリさんが目を閉じてしまっても、月はそこにあると思いますか?
This was not your conversation, Takashi. Why are you asking such obvious questions? Of course it would.
ならば、世界中の人間が一斉に目を閉じたとしたらどうでしょう?
I don't know what your point is, but if everyone in the world closed their eyes, the moon wouldn't disappear.
本当ですか?
Yeah.
どうやって確かめます?
Just open your eyes, right?
それでは家庭に背くことになります。私がお尋ねしたのは、観測せずに月があるかどうかを確かめる方法は存在するかと。クラナリさんが目を閉じた時にも世界は本当にあるのでしょうか? もしも私の画像だけではなく、このレミューの一切合切が全て RSD による幻影だとしたらどうしますか?
I mean, that's not true, but Sora, you can do things with RSD that fuck everybody else up. You've done these things like several times.
クラナリさんが今ご覧になっている壁や天井やその他の景色のすべてを実像だと証明することができますか? ごめんなさい。冗談ですよ。
That's a joke.
レミューは確かに実在します。クラナリさんがあまりにも自信たっぷりのお答えになったので、ちょっとからかってみたくなっただけです。しかし、これだけは言えます。人間が世界を認識するためには、五感のうちのいずれ全ての感覚を失ってしまったら、世界があるのかどうかさえわからない。逆に言えば、視点こそが世界を作っていると言えるかもしれませんね。この場合の視点とは、視覚のことだけを指しているのではなく、聴覚、嗅覚、
all the
物事を知覚
senses.
するポイント。そして私は月と同じなのです。
Yep. Her existence disappeared when I closed my eyes. I felt that Sora just as much, no, maybe even had more, but I felt that Sora had just as much as, no, maybe even more human warmth and caring than the rest of us. And again, there was Tsugumi's coldness.
見かけによらずまともなことも考えられるのね。
What do you mean by that?
そのまんまの意味よ。あなた、頭悪そうだから。
I mean, this probably happened. I can believe this happening.
これは罠よ。きっとあなたは出られない。いえ、あなただけじゃなく、他の4人も全員。
I mean, generally.
みんな同じよ。
Well, what about you then, Tsugumi?
私は、そうね。ここで死んでもいいかな。
Yeah, this happened. This happened.
それも悪くないかも。
Pretty sure this exact conversation happened. Nothing wrong here. That's fine. I forget the cold smile that she had in her face as she said those words. I was thinking that and looking at her. I wasn't sure if she could feel my gaze, but she turned to look over at me. For some reason, I felt like she could see what I was thinking, and I avoided her eyes. The next person to jump into my field of view was you. You finished eating your hot dog and was dancing hand in hand with Coco. I wonder if it was some kind of folk dance. It smiled so widely that it seemed like her face might split, and she laughed boisterously. Her eyes shone so brightly, but I knew. There's a sad past hidden behind those eyes. My father had disappeared 17 years earlier. I thought about the talk I had with you the day before. Maybe the reason she carried that album around with her. But she wanted something to connect her with her past memories of her father. Like, hold on, excuse me. Album? Was there an album? Bumped into you and Coco in front of the Lemurian ruins the previous day. May 2nd. The palm of you's hand was some kind of journal or notebook. It had opened and was staring at a page. Coco was standing next to her, peering over her shoulder. What's she looking at?
お写真見てたの。
Pictures.
見たい？
Sure.
じゃあ見せてあげよう。
What you handed over to me was neither a journal nor a notebook, but a single file. One small enough to fit in the palm of my hand. It was already opened, and it had several pictures taken from an instant camera stuffed between the pages. They're baby pictures. It can't be. Your baby.
バーカ。私まだ18よ。独身なのよ、独身。
Yeah, right. Means that this baby is...
ラッキュだよ。ラッキュがちっちゃかった頃のお写真なんだって。
Coco. Since... I can't remember exactly, but I don't feel like you've been saying "aku" towards you before. That's a bit suspicious. I mean, this whole thing is suspicious, but you know what I'm saying. You know what I mean. So this is what you're laughing
かわ
about.
いい？だって可愛いでしょ。子供の頃の私。
Who likes to show off their baby pictures? It's kind of
も
weird.
ちろん今でも可愛いことに変わりはないんだけどね。
That's a little weird, I'm just saying.
それからちょっと貸して。
Also, this definitely didn't happen before. I keep saying that, but like, to keep my own self on track, like I gotta I'm pointing the things out as I see them. Thing that you snatched the file out of my hands.
これが七五三の時の私で、これが運動会の応援団長をやった時のやつで、それからこれは中学校の入学式の時の写真でしょ。
You can hear to flip through the pages.
これは高校の文化祭の時に撮ったやつ。
Is there any of Sara in here?
ニンニン、ベティ、ちーちゃん、ビーフ、山本。あ、これは一応先生ね。花火大会でしょ。温泉旅行でしょ。アミちゃん家に泊まった時の写真でしょ。それからなんだこれ。
Oh, did you find one of Sara and now you don't know what it is?
はい。夜中に学校に忍び込んだ時のやつだ。卒業式のはね、確か最後の方に、
Hey, thanks for stopping by. Gretzel, thank you for watching. Yeah, you can watch the VOD when you wake up. Thanks for hanging out. Oh. I will continue and figure out what the hell's going on.
これブサイクでしょ。泣いちゃった後だから。
How much of you's history was there? Smiling faces, sad faces, silly faces, surprised faces, even shy faces. There were girlfriends, boyfriends, teachers, people, afternoons, nights, good times, and hard times. It went without saying, but shown those photos were people I didn't know, places I didn't know, and a you I didn't know.
あとはね。
It looked like she had no intention of stopping, so first get a word in. So what is this? Your life's history album or something?
アルバムね。そんな風に呼んだことはないけど、まあジャンルとしてはアルバムに分類されるのかな。
So why are you carrying that with you?
なんでそんなこと聞くの？タケピョン知らないの？女の子はみんなこういうの持ってるんだよ。普通。
I mean, besides like your phone with maybe old pictures, no, that's not a thing. You don't say.
少なくともここの周りにいる女の子はみんな持ち歩いてるよ。
Well, do you have one, Coco?
みんな今頃何してるのかな。
Murmured softly to herself as she flipped through the pages.
私のこともしかして心配してくれてたりするのかな。あ、そうだ。タケピョンはさ、ママとパパと一緒に住んでるの？
I don't know.
それとも一人暮らし？
Coco threw the question at me abruptly. Before answering, I tossed the question back. How about you, Coco? You're probably still living with your parents, aren't you?
ココ14歳なんだよ。当たり前でしょ。
Are you 14? Is that right?
あ、だけど今パパは家にいないけど。
Yeah, that lines up. Huh? Why not?
出張中だから。
Yeah, he's on a business trip. You know, business. Oh, I see. And what about you? Are you living with your parents, or... Oh, why did I ask that? Has it been a mistake to ask? His dad was missing, but it didn't seem as she cared one way or another.
私はお母さんと一緒に住んでる。でも心配なんかしてないと思うな。そういう人だから。あの人
What do you mean?
楽観的っていうか、なんていうか、あんまり物事に動じるようなタイプの人じゃないのよね。無断外泊とかしても全然平気みたいだし、今まで18年間あの人と付き合ってきたけど、うるさく言われたことなんか一度もないんだ。私、放任主義で育てられたの。だからこんな風になっちゃったのかもね。
You showed me a page from her album that she turned to. It was you putting the hurt on some wrestler. The guy looked like a bulky jock of sorts. Coming out of my reverie, I noticed the scene had changed a bit. You and the kid had taken off somewhere. Maybe they'd gone to the rest area next door. It's only been 2 days, and so much has happened. So being trapped here is an unusual state of affairs. I said those words to myself without thinking. Just then, suddenly a low metallic sound reverberated throughout the complex. It was a dull, muffled sound. What was that?
少し揺れたわね。
Coco ran over to Sora. Maybe was clutched to her chest. Coco was hugging him so hard he seemed about to rupture.
今何があったの？嫌な音がしたけど。
フロアを支えるシャフトの一部に歪みが発生しました。海流の乱れに影響された模様です。
How dangerous are we talking here?
誤差の範囲内だと思いますが。いえ、待ってください。ツバイトシュトックの倉庫、圧力制御用の配管に異常があります。
What are pressure regulating
波
pipes?
を覆っている多重隔壁、その内部の圧力調整を行っているパイプです。
Oh, is it time for Tsugumi to get injured? Alright, cool.
万一これが破損していた場合、私の力ではこれを修復することができません。異常は軽微ですから緊急は要しませんが、倉庫の状況をご確認いただいた方がいいと思います。お願いできますか？
Sure, leave it to me.
私も行くわ。
Tsugumi, you sure?
修理するなら工具類が必要なんじゃないの？私ならいろいろ扱い方を知ってる。
Alright, let's go.
ココも手伝うよ。
Okay, you can come too, Coco. By the way, does anyone know where you and the kid went?
田中さんと少年さんは現在警備室にいらっしゃいます。
What the heck are they doing there?
レミとのコンタクトを試みているようです。
With the myth? What am I thinking? I got other things to worry about. Alright, 3 of us are going to the warehouse. Sora, give you and the kid an update on the situation, will you?
わかりました。
I opened the door of the storage room to find the floor covered in water. Water lever came up to the tops of my shoes. We could hear a hissing sound coming from somewhere in the back of the room. The sound drew our attention. There's a faint crack in the pressure regulating pipe, and water was dancing out of it in a fine mist. That was all it was. It didn't seem like we had anything to worry about. It seemed like we'd be able to fix it in no time. Tsugumi had opened up the toolbox that was in the corner of the room and started spreading a few tools out in front of her. What should I do?
パイプが少し歪んでしまっているわ。金具を締め直すから、パイプを持って支えてくれる？
Roger that.
向こうのこのパイプがつながってるバルブがあるの。わかる？あれを少しだけ緩めてほしいの。
That way, the three of us started working in unison. We opened and closed a number of valves, connected and repaired pipes, and welded shut cracks.
Takeshi? ぼーっとしてないで。次のパイプをお願い。
Huh? Oh, okay.
まず、そこの青いバルブを。そしたら、次に赤いバルブをひねって。
We'd fixed a number of pipes, but the sign of escaping steam still hadn't stopped.
それじゃあここ、少しそこで待ってて。
準備 OK だよ。
たけし、今言った順番でバルブをお願い。ちょっとたけし、聞いてるの？
Yeah, alright. I'm sorry, blue, then red, right?
緩めて、それから閉めるの。
Set to work on the blue valve in front of me. I'm supposed to loosen it. Supposed to turn it counterclockwise, yeah. Turn the blue valve with all my strength. Then a rushing stream grew softer. Next, close the red valve. I think the hissing steam blowing from the pipe weakened. Alright, that does it. Okay.
あとちょっとだけ支えてて。
Laying up her left hand to shield her face, Tsugumi operated the welding torch with her right hand. Clicking the pipe closed
たけ
visibly.
し、ここをつけたらすぐにそっちのバルブを元に戻して。
Okay. Tsugumi finish
バ
welding.
ルブを早く。
Alright, jeez. They turn the valve back in the other direction. I feel the steam flowing through the
こ
valve.
こ、そのパイプはもういいわ。次はお願い。
OK。どこ？
そうね。ちょっと待って。
Wondering if it still hadn't gone down at all and was swirling around like a whirlpool. The conditioner on the wall was sucking in water and gurgling it out. It had also shorted out. See bluish-white sparks jumping around inside. It didn't shock me. As I thought that. It's not like the air conditioner was about to break apart. Smoke started pouring out from the exhaust vent. And in the intake part, murky water started gurgling out. The area around my legs was quickly getting grimy.
水が、吸気口に吸い込まれた水が逆流してる。気をつけて。
Ah! I got caught up in the jet of muddy water and I lost my balance. Reached out to grab something. Cut into a stack of crates and old containers lying nearby. Made an ominous sound. Water? Okay. I have watered. Well, it wasn't water, but same difference. Body draped awkwardly over the containers. Lifted my gaze. Top of the stack was wobbling precariously. Looked towards Tsugumi. Our eyes met. She was frozen in place, holding her breath. Tried to glance over at Coco. Her back turned to me and was grabbing onto a pipe. Looked up at the ceiling again. It all happened in an instant. Containers having lost their balance started to rain down. Chunks of metal, rusted pipes, thick iron cylinders. There was no sound. I perceived everything in vivid slow motion. Countless pieces of metal, all pouring down quietly. Although my mind was spinning, my mind couldn't catch up. I didn't talk. I couldn't move. Crashing metal. A raging monster, with its sight fixed on that small frame. Bouncing, devouring, all of it headed for...
Coco!
Yeah, heading for Coco. Coco! Tsugumi getting injured as usual? Like that flashed for me. Mountain of metal. The pipes broke apart into thousands of pieces. Containers splintered apart, their sharp corners flashing. Landing in the water, I threw myself out of the way, arms and legs flailing. Strips on the wall were cracked. Been damaged from the shock. Out of the cracks, water was gushing out. Falling nearby was... Yeah, Tsugumi! Tsugumi's that well. I ran over to her. Coco looked around at the spectacle and hugged Pippi to herself tightly, her hands trembling. Yes, I had seen it all. Just for the metallic objects had crashed down on Coco's back. Tsugumi had thrust her out of the way. Protected her while risking her own life. Well, sure, dug deeply into Tsugumi's right thigh. Didn't look like she could move. She grimaced and pushed on the wound, using a lot of blood. Murky water was getting redder by the moment. Hey, you okay? Yeah, it's really not. Stop laughing. I'm gonna get that stuff off of you. Just wait. Try to lift the metal off her. No matter how hard I tried, the heavy trunk wouldn't budge. Damn it. Meantime, the water level had risen from ankle height to knee height. Coco started to get closer to Tsugumi. Stung by Tsugumi's cold words, Coco stiffened and stopped.
ココ、たけしも早く逃げた方がこのままだとこの部屋の隔壁が持たないみんな死ぬことになるわだから早く逃げなさい
Stupid idiot, you think I can just leave you?
しょうがないでしょここから動けないんだしこの怪我じゃどうせ手遅れ
That's fine. Shut up. I roared out. Only you give up on me now, damn it. Hey, Coco, what are you standing there for? Get on the intercom and contact the others. Other might, Coco moved her trembling legs to get close to the intercom. So run up and tell the others to get over here. Well, she looked flustered. Coco nodded and ran off. The door of the warehouse closed. Soon, water came up to the bottom of the door. Water continued to rise. From waist down, Tsugumi was almost completely underwater. Water level was almost over my
何
knees.
突っ立ってるのよ意味もなくそんなとこにいないでよ目障りだから
Wouldn't be here if there wasn't a reason. Can't just leave you
ど
here.
うして
Taking nothing but abuse from you, and you still haven't thanked me properly yet.
ああそういい心がけね
Tsugumi laughed weakly. Lips were trembling. Murky water was
ちょっ
spreading.
と寒くなってきたかな
Alright, Tsugumi. You need to stay with me now. Choosing words as carefully as
正
possible.
気よ私
It'll be okay. The wound isn't that deep, so don't worry. I was lying. Even I could tell that her wound was life-threatening. Tsugumi's white femur had broken through and protruded from her flesh.
大丈夫なんて何を根拠に言ってるのどうかしてるわね
Sorry, it's all my fault. I wasn't paying attention. You got hurt. Water level was rising up to Tsugumi's head. Checks in the partitioning had broken and seawater was rushing in. Water was ice cold. Water volume increased mercilessly. face contorted with pain. Agony, she labored for breath. It wasn't any time. Hanging up my mind, I dove into the water. I couldn't open my eyes. All I could do was search the bottom using my intuition. Ah! Damn it! Using all my strength, I have heaved up the large mass of metal sticking to Tsugumi's leg. Aided slightly by the buoyancy of the water, the metal hook moved slightly. Tsugumi pulled her leg out at once. Moving my face out of the water, gulping greedily for air. Floating wouldn't stop. Gorilla was already above my shoulders. Shut up, just keep quiet. With leg injured, there was no way Tsugumi could swim. Holding on to her, I headed for the exit. But the door was already underwater. Told you to keep quiet. There's gotta be another exit. I'll look for it. It'll be okay, we'll find a way out of this. Would you keep quiet? Probably could have forced open the door if I had tried, but it would have put the second floor in danger of flooding. I desperately searched for an emergency exit. My legs wouldn't touch the floor. I could hardly breathe. It's at my limit. Ah! There's a ladder. In the corner of the room, there's a ladder. We can use it to get to the emergency passage. We're gonna make it, Tsugumi. I burst into the infirmary. Set the injured Tsugumi down on the bed. He's no longer conscious. Lost so much blood. Let me take emergency measures immediately. Hey, what are we going to do? Can I, yes. Coco put her head on his shoulder. Coco got close and patted her head softly. Body trembling, she asked me that over and over. Thought maybe she had been trying not to cry until that moment. Coco, head pressed against my chest, started crying. What? Welcome back. Welcome back, kid. Uh-huh. Hi, Sara. How you doing? What's up? We're not slipping. We're not slipping and you know, changing dimensions at will. No, and that's crazy. What are you talking about? Oh, you're talking about. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick. I'm gonna take a quick. Go get a refill. I'll be right back. Okay, just like quick 1 second. It'll be a quick thing. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Hello. I've gotten drinks, so we're okay. Yeah, you're lacking a lot of context, but I mean, it's okay. At least you're enjoying yourself. Anyway, hello, Sara. Yes, we were crying. Why? Not even I know.
わかった。たけしでしょ。っ
I mean, some sort of that. I shook my head back and
て
forth.
ことは、ラッキョ先輩か？
I kept shaking my head.
そっか、つぐみね。
Again, I shook my head back and forth.
それじゃあまさか、空が？
Got picked on by Sora. Oh no. No, nobody's picking on me.
じゃあ、どうして泣いてたの？
It's looking wildly around in all directions. We're in front of the emergency room. Sora's standing right in front of me. But I didn't see anyone else. I said nothing, but ran into the room. No one was there. She wasn't lying on the examination table.
ほら、なんで逃げるのよ。
Sora's eyebrows were raised questioningly. I didn't run away. I just wanted to check something, that's all.
何を？
I stood at the side of the table and slid my hand across its surface. There's no warmth.
大腿骨に損傷、複雑骨折しているかもしれません。それと動脈が切れています。切開縫合が必要でしょう。
なんとかやってみるよ。麻酔は？
用意します。他にもレーザーメス、鉗子、縫合紙、必要なものはすべてこの部屋にありますから。
蔵なり。邪魔。
All those voices jumped back and forth in my head. Voices. I twisted my head and turned, looking around the inside of the emergency room. Looking slowly. The noise from before seemed like a dream. Seemed. What am I thinking? It was only a dream. Just a dream.
ねえ、教えてよ。何を確かめたかったの？
I looked straight into Sarah's eyes and answered. I wanted to see if it was real or a dream.
Eh?
I had a terrible dream.
怖い夢って？
Tsugumi hurt her leg really badly. It was flooding in the storage area, and she went to fix it. A huge chunk of metal fell on her. And then Tsugumi, her leg got trapped by the metal. And she got a huge gash on her right thigh. I could see the yellow of her fat, the red color of her muscle, and the white of her bone. Her blood vessels, lymph nodes, even nerve endings were hanging out and pulsing like rubber tubes. The whole area was covered in a sea of blood.
なんか聞いてるだけで貧血になりそう。そんな残酷な夢、よく平気で見れるよね。
Well, it's not as if I wanted to see it. I mean, I don't know where Sara knows exactly. If she knew from the beginning, or it's just holding it back, or she realized it like midway, or I don't know. I mean, I assume that's not far off. If we're connecting everything together.
それで悪夢にうなされた少年は思わず救護室の外に飛び出しちゃったってわけね。まあ確かにそんな夢を見たらワンワンワンワンと泣きじゃくるのも無理はないか。
Falling. I was crying.
泣いてたじゃない。3歳児みたいにヒステリックな声上げて。
That was when I realized. On my cheeks and chin, there was something that felt cold. There was a small drop of moisture sparkling on my eyelash. Really wiped away my tears. So, I had been crying. It all happened while I was sleeping, so I had no idea why I had been crying.
ねえ、少年。
What's up?
ちょっと気になったことがあるんだけど。今さ、 倉庫で浸水事故が発生してって言ったよね。
Yeah.
それ本当に起きたんですけど。
What?
少年が眠ってる間に倉庫のパイプが破裂して水が流れ込んできたの。
When I was sleeping. What was that supposed to mean? I couldn't fully grasp what was going on from what I've heard. My mind
でも
froze.
安心して、修理は無事に完了したから。
What about Tsugumi? I didn't think it was possible, but I asked
もちろん
anyway.
ピンピンしてるよ。修理の大部分はつぐみがやってくれたの。
Really? For some reason, I felt relieved. I wonder if it was because my dream had been so real. No, wait. Dream? Why would I have a dream about the warehouse flooding? I was sleeping. As though she read my thoughts, Sara said,
それにしても不思議なこともあるもんだよね。少年、幽体離脱でもしてたんじゃないの？
I mean, kind of. Said it as she was making fun of me. But honestly, Sara probably didn't take the possibility seriously. My mind was turning slowly, but hadn't started working normally again. Something was preventing me from thinking. Out-of-body experience. If I could do that, I could peep down girls. That's not related to this? I'm not reading the rest of it. Get out of here. I thought you were gonna say something like important to the plot, but no, it's like, oh, I can peep. It's like, no, stop this. I made a stab at a joke. The fact that I do so surprised me somewhat.
バカ。
Exactly, that's what you
ス
get.
カートの中ならまだしも、パンツの中なんて覗くんじゃないの。
Yeah, that's what you get. Sara whacked me on the head a couple of times. Thinking the whole situation odd, I started to laugh.
しかし、元気そうだよね。ゆうべはあのままあっちの世界へ行っちゃうんじゃないかと思ってヒヤヒヤしたけど、その様子だと全然問題ないみたいね。あれ？覚えてないの？少年、ブクブクと泡吹いて倒れてたじゃない。
Oh, hello. Yeah. My whole thing with the mirror? Yeah. What?
浜辺に打ち上げられたカニみたいね。チョキチョキ。たけしに呼ばれてみんなが集まってきた時にはすでにそんな状態だったの。でもってしょうがないからみんなで少年を担ぎ上げてこの救護室に運び込んだってわけ。了解？
I got it.
君は知らないと思うけどさ、とにかくすごい大騒ぎだったんだから。まったく人騒がせなやっちゃの。
Sara slapped me gently on the cheek. My head turned to the side with the force. In that position, I asked, "Hey, where was I passed out?"
更衣室の鏡の前だよ。
The mirror. Changing room. It was a rectangular room. Stuck to the back wall was a large mirror. Mitch had returned to its original position. Walked up to the mirror. I didn't recognize my face. I didn't recognize that kid. Touched my eyebrow with my right hand. He touched his eyebrow with his left hand. A-E-I-O-U. Sounds I uttered came to my ears. The kid in the mirror mouthed the same words, but of course, I couldn't hear his voice. Reached out my left hand to touch him. Put out his right hand and did the same thing. My nails hit the heart surface of the glass with a click, but I couldn't reach him. Looking closely, I could see a face floating over his left shoulder. Two pairs of eyes stared intently at me. It had to be an evil spirit. He was even being possessed. It's so sad, he's been taken over by a demon. As soon as I said that to myself, I realized that he was looking at me. What? I'm being possessed.
ちは
No, Sarah's behind you, that's it. Sara! Jumped about 3 meters away, bending backward as I leapt. When did you get here?
拙者にとっては足音を消して忍び寄るなんてことはたやすいことなのでござるよ。にんにん。
Really? Maybe the person who'd been looking over my shoulder was Sara.
だって少年、何にも言わないで出て行っちゃうんだもん。
So you went and followed me. Sara grabbed onto her tied up hair with both hands and was swinging it back and forth.
で、鏡がどうかした？
She pointed at the mirror with the tip of her finger. Well,
ちょっと何？
pulled Sara by the arm to stand in front of the mirror. Both their images were reflected in the mirror surface. The left and right sides of her face were reflected back in reverse, but there was no mistaking it was her. My face, on the other hand. Hey, who's that reflected in the mirror?
はい？意味がわからないんですけど。
This kid. Kid sitting next to you. Who is he?
はあ、また例の厄介な発作が始まっちゃったわけね。
Come on, I'm being serious. Is this really my face?
君の顔じゃなくて誰の顔だっていうのさ。
I guess you're right. I knew the answer, but I'd still need to check. That kid was me. The face reflected in the mirror was
大
mine.
丈夫？
Yeah, I'm fine. But I'm also not fine.
どっちなのよ。
Fighting Sara was in the mirror. I looked at her figure in the reflection, looked back at me. Gaze intersected and overlapped at the same space and same time. I couldn't remember my own face. I couldn't remember, and I still can't remember it. Of course, I understand that the person reflected in the mirror is me, but how can I say it? It doesn't feel
なる
real.
ほど。
Yeah, I mean, the kid we see with Takashi is much clearly young. Like, maybe this is nonsense, but I feel like the kid we see with Takashi is not the same kid as this kid. Like, he looks older in this, at least. When you look at him with Takashi, he looks like a kid. He looks like a kid, you know? I don't know if I'm supposed to be, you know, looking into this like that, or... I don't know. No idea. And that's why I passed out in front of the mirror last night. The face reflecting back at me in the mirror felt like someone else's. Someone I didn't know.
でもさ、何も泡吹くほど驚くようなことじゃないんじゃないの？ある日突然鏡の中に救いようのないへちゃむくれな顔が映ってたとしたら確かに私だってそっとしちゃうと思うけどさ、少年の顔はそんなに悪くはないんだし、逆にああ僕はこんなにまともな顔をしてたんだって普通だったら安心すると思うんだけどな。
Sara glanced at the mirror and took a good look at my face.
どっちかっていうと好きだよ、この顔。
That said, Sara pointed the tip of her hair at me.
なんでか教えてあげようか。
Oh yeah?
君の顔ちょっと私に似てるから。
I wonder why that is, Sara. Look like... I look like you. Stared intently at Sarah's
そう思わ
face.
ない？
Suddenly a vast swirling pattern came into my mind. It spun around and around and around and around, paralyzing my ability to think. I don't think so. I took on my will to mumble just that.
かなあ、目元のあたりとか似てると思うんだけどな。ああ、なんでそんな嫌そうな顔するかな。褒めてるんだよ。っていうか、ある意味自画自賛でもあるんだけど。
Sarah started smiling shyly. Then all of a sudden, she tickled my nose with the tip of her hair. Hey, what are you doing? About 3 meters away, bending backwards as I leaped. Sarah smiled mischievously. The of her hair seeped in my mind. The smell somehow so familiar, I almost animal in private. Well, we had a brief Takashi diversion, but we're back with the kid. And we're getting hints like, hey, your eyes are kind of the same. It's kind of weird, you know? It's kind of, oh, what's going on with that? Get some hints. Anyway, the conference room. I'm sitting in a chair, stuffing my mouth with a tuna which sand? Going border the tuna sandwiches, so I've made my own version. Slice of bread in between 2 slices of meat. It's definitely a needed change of pace. Sara sitting directly in front of me. What is that? That's just lettuce with ketchup. That's nothing. Alright, that's fine. Muttering in a voice so small I could barely hear it, she's saying, I'm not getting enough vegetables. I'm not getting enough vegetables. Say, where'd everybody else run off to? The ketchup smears around her lips, and Sara answered me.
空は制御室、ノッキョ先輩は警備室、たけしは私が見た時にはメリーゴーランドに乗って一人で遊んでた。つぐみは相変わらず行方不明。倉庫の修理が完了したからみんな適当に一息入れてるんだと思うよ。
So what do you have planned next, Sara?
別にどうもしないよ。ただひたすらレタスを食べながら救出されるのを待つだけ。
Sounds like a plan. Sara kept munching the lettuce, making a crunching sound as she bit into the core. By the way, Sara, what were you doing up until
少
now?
年の見張り。
Watching over me.
ゆうべ少年を救護室に運び込んだ後、私たちは交代で少年の見張りをすることになったの。突然暴れ出したりするんじゃないかと思って、その用心のために。
The girl's playing a giant fish was the weird CG. No, Sarah's eating. Well, I mean, this isn't that weird. I mean, it's a bit weird. Like, you would never actually do. I mean, generally, people wouldn't do this. But, I mean, maybe some people would. I think carrying the fish was definitely a bit weirder. Carrying a fish in an elevator thing? That's a bit weird. This is also weird, but a different kind of weird. But yeah, also a good idea. Probably good to watch the kid who just, you know, had a fit. It's more of a fit. Had like a something.
だけど、ちょっと目を離してる隙に少年がいなくなっちゃって、あれどこ行ったんだと思って救護室の外に出てみたら、
When you found me crying.
そういうこと。
Taking off my sandwich, I reached over to the lettuce in Sara's hand and ripped off a leaf. Using my index finger, I wiped off some excess ketchup smeared around Sara's mouth, dabbed it on my lettuce, and ate it. What should I do next? I muttered to myself. Just sitting here is getting boring. Okay, just wanted to check. Sara, you wanna go to the warehouse? Well, I guess I'll take Sara to visit the warehouse. Had there really been an accident which had flooded the warehouse? I wanted to see for myself. Sara, think you could join me for a bit?
いいけど、レタス食べ終わってからでいい？
Sara said that with her face still covered in ketchup. Sure. So I had to wait for Sara to finish her meal. While waiting, I asked her a question. So tell me, why ketchup and not dressing? Her answer was straightforward.
トマト好きだから。
Oh,
太陽の味がするでしょ？
that's straightforward. Inside the warehouse, the air was filled with a sticky, humid smell. The floor was covered with enough water to just cover our shoes. Around the room lay pipes, many of which looked to have recently welded to repair damage. So there really was some kind of flooding here.
え？
私の言ったこと信じてなかったの？
Of course I believed you, but there's a difference between hearing something and seeing it for yourself. I mean, there's way more
インパク
impact.
ト？
You know, the impact from realizing I saw this in a
どっ
dream.
ちもね。
Well, I don't know if I could really call it a premonition or not, but... I mean, Tsugumi didn't get hurt, right?
うん。
And besides... I said that and stopped, moving my eyes across the room. The scene was almost exactly as I had dreamed it, but one thing was different. There'd been a pile of scrap material stacked high, but it was stacked on the floor. My dream in the warehouse was completely submerged in water. By the looks of it, and here, everything seems fine. Catch a visit, Sunny D. True. I wonder if you could still call that a premonition.
さあ、私に聞かれても。
Hey, Sara. Was the warehouse arranged like this from the start?
は？
See those containers and metal pipes lined up over there? I asked her while pointing to the rows of scrap metal. Were those stacked up in one tall pile
う
before?
ん。そんな細かいこといちいち覚えてないよ。
Yeah, I guess you're right. Except for that one point, nothing else seemed out of place. However, I was amazed at how calm I felt while analyzing the situation. Premonitions, the phantom girl, the mirror affair, amnesia, considering the countless number of strange things I had experienced, I was surprisingly calm. Not thinking of such strange events as strange was, in itself, strange. Did I just desensitize everything? I mean, that's kind of... I was gonna say that's me right now, but not really, even. Maybe it's just never been the type to think too deeply about things. I didn't know why, but I felt fine about the situation. Walked the loop around the entire warehouse and returned to where I started, only to find Sara was gone. That same moment, I heard a sound. Bang, bang, bang. Like something pounding powerfully against the steel wall. Searched for the origin of the sound. A small door suddenly jumped into my field of vision. In front of the door stood Sara. Sara! I let out a yell and ran to her. What happened? I asked, standing at Sara's side.
別にどうもしないよ。
Sara acted like there was nothing out of the like there was nothing out of the ordinary. In fact, she seemed so normal that normal didn't begin to describe it well enough. The bashing sound continued unabated. It was coming from beyond the door. It sounded like someone was throwing their body against the door. Excuse me. Hold up. Okay, now I'm lost. Like, before I was lost, but now I'm very lost because are there two kids? Are there two kids? Is one kid and the other kid? They weren't holding back. It was an explosive force, almost animalistic in intensity. Some reverberated to the core of my body, rattling my brain. Who is it? Hey, who's there? Yelled at the door.
は？
Hughes, sir, reached out and touched the door panel. The door opened. Nobody's in here. The room inside was dark, but even before I could turn on the light, I could tell there was no one inside. So then, what was that noise just now? I turned around and looked at Sara.
ねえ、さっきから何わけわかんないこと言ってんの？
You didn't hear nothing, huh? What do you mean, no idea? Asking what that noise was just now.
音って何さ。
A noise, you know, the noise? It sounded someone ramming into the door. That noise.
はあ、疲れた。
What?
もういい加減、そういうのに付き合うの疲れちゃった。
Sarah said that to me with a scornful look on her face. What are you talking about?
その言葉、そっくりそのままお返ししますけど。どう私の名前を知ってたり、予知みたいなことを言ってみたり、いるはずのない女の子に会った？鏡の中の自分が別人に思える？で、今度はおまけに幻聴ですか。悪いけど、もうそういうのには付き合いきれないのよね。
Hearing sounds that aren't there. You mean you couldn't hear it, Sarah?
答えるのもめんどくさいけど、聞こえなかった。
So why are you standing in front of that door?
だから別に理由なんかないってば。ただ扉の向こう側が、つまりこの部屋の中がどうなってるのか知りたかっただけ。
Are you serious?
そんなことで嘘ついてどうすんのよ。まだマップの中で行ったことのない場所があったら誰だって行きたくなるでしょ。まだ開けてない宝箱があったら誰だって開けてみたくなるでしょ。まだ話しかけてない村人がいたら誰だって話しかけてみたくなるでしょ。
I mean, that last one, no, but the rest of them, yes. Ah, I see. Sarah's discomfort showed clearly on her face. Her eyes were frightened. So Really, I don't know what came over me. I decided to try and play it off by laughing. I'm thinking of strange events as strange as becoming not so strange after all. Enough coincidences happened one after the other. It stopped being coincidental and started to become unavoidable. What's more, having encountered strange phenomena so often that they seemed like old acquaintances, I started to think that nothing could faze me. What a time to suddenly become philosophical. Spiritual awakening, enlightenment, nirvana. Felt like there was nothing left to be afraid of. Laughing voice vibrated through the room.
あっちゃ、いたたたたたた。
See, my laughing had only proved to increase Sarah's frustration and doubt in me, but I didn't care. The look she gave me like there was some kind of weirdo didn't bother me either. Gonna dance slightly, circling around the small room like a Polynesian tribal dancer. It made me dizzy, so I stopped. Out of breath, I leaned against the nearest wall for support. In front of me, I noticed a small square window. From outside, the window, faint moonlight shone in. Huh? Moonlight. Sarah must have noticed the direction of my gaze because she began to walk towards the window. Speaking toward her backside, I said, "Why would there be a window in a place like this?"
え？
Sarah's
こ
feet
れ
stopped.
が窓に見えるの？
She said as she spun around. Isn't it a window? Because the light...
光？
Sarah shuffled backward and planted her back against the wall.
光って今言ったよね。
Yeah.
光ってるように見えるの？
It's being called towards the light. I began to walk toward it. Knocked it a few times against the window with my knuckles. I stopped in front of the window. Except, it wasn't a window at all. It was a steel door buried in the wall.
ねえ、答えてよ。光ってるように見えるの？
Yeah, it does. Sarah stood beside me and put her hand on the steel door. I also reached out and placed the flat of my hand on the door. It door seemed to sizzle with a penetrating heat. Without changing our pose, our eyes met. Sarah started to speak, but hesitated. Then opened her lips to try again, but she stammered. Breathing became rough. She seemed a little agitated. Red light seemed to emanate from her body. So, why does it look like it's shining? It's a very innocent, almost naive question. Without answering me, Sara moved her hand from the door. Removed mine as well. Two faint handprints were left imprinted on the square steel door.
少年、
これ見える？
Wondering, Sara gently removed something from her pocket. Flame appeared. The whole scene changed in an instant as Sara's face lit up in red. I realized what Sara had taken out was a pendant and a lighter. Without saying a word, Sara brought the flame and the pendant in front of my eyes. Inside the pendant floated a holographic image of a man who I had never seen before. Who is this? I missed that Sara's hand began to quiver. The flame shook. The large shadow that it projected on the wall flickered as well.
そう見えるんだ。
Sara shut off the lighter.
少年、昨日さ、ナッキ先輩が発電室の扉を開けようとした時、止めたよね。
Here we go! Yeah.
どうして？なんで止めたの？
Wait, hold on a second. Were you just telling me how tired you were of my premonitions and illusions?
よし、あれは予知だったの？
I can't say, I mean, I don't really know. Just I thought it would be dangerous for her to open the door. So I looked at the ceiling. Jin looked at the square door in the wall. Pendant held tightly in her hand. Finally, slightly upward in my eyes. There was a long silence. Sara looked deep in thought, or maybe as though she wasn't thinking anything. The only sound was her steady, measured breaths. Eventually.
まさかそんなわけないよね。はあ。
I think she's realized, but she's not accepted it yet. Sara took a deep breath and put away the lighter and pendant. We left the room. Sara took a big stretch. I repeated my question to her. Sara, whose image was that in the pendant? She walked towards the exit. She
太
answered.
陽星人。
I think she suspects now, but was not willing to say. After that, Sara and I headed to the conference room. We didn't have any specific objective in mind. Actually, we made for the conference room precisely because we didn't have any objective. It wasn't that anyone had said we would meet there. Somehow it just became our meeting's place and hangout. We were all there. Sora and Takashi teased me, saying that the night before I'd been flying around like a crab on its back. Said they had worried them, but they thought I'd seemed better. Noticed exactly the same thing I had heard from Sara. They asked why I'd gone crazy when I saw the mirror. I had avoided giving a clear-cut answer. I didn't think that I could get them to understand the situation as complex as that by telling them the real reason up front. But Takashi and Sora were satisfied with my evasive explanation. And then, small talk started. Strangely, we only talked idly, gossiping about things and not touching on the Mew at all. We talked about the best movies we'd ever seen, and why whales stranded themselves on the beach in groups, and what the truth behind the assassination of JFK was, as well as whether forks or chopsticks were better. Why that one? Okay. Topics changed often. We talked about a wide range of things, from the serious to the silly. Sorry, we were just killing time. Tried to fill in the time by keeping our mouths moving. I didn't participate much in the conversation, just kind of nodding from time to time and laughing along with everyone. It wasn't that I was necessarily thinking about anything else, I just thought of it all as a painless way to kill time. In the group, there was one other person who was just as quiet as myself, even more so since she'd opened her mouth once. It was Tsugumi. Tsugumi looked as furious as ever. She had a constantly dissatisfied look, making it seem she'd been dissatisfied from the day she was born and probably destined to stay that way. I figured if she was that annoyed, she wouldn't come to where everyone had gathered. But of course, I couldn't say that to her. Tsugumi glanced at me at a rate of once every 2 minutes, I counted. In the afternoon, 2 days before, May 1st, she had been short with me. She told me not to talk to her. However, looking at me about once every 2 minutes was totally at odds with those words, and it seemed like a sign saying, "Speak with me." Her glances unnerved me, and I was unable to focus my attention on the conversation. Eventually, the 4 others got tired of talking, and gradually the conversation slowed down. Finally, the talking ground to a halt completely. 5 hours had passed since we'd come to the conference room. Everyone was silent. Yura stood her chin on her hands and watched a plant in the corner of the room. She put her face on the table and closed her eyes. She stood by the window and stared at the ocean. Sora wasn't there. She'd gone back to the control room. Tsugumi had just stood up. Headed towards the exit. She touched the panel to open and close the door. As she left the room, she looked at me again. It bothered me. I couldn't let it not bother me. While after Tsugumi had gone out, I'm going to the bathroom. Saying that to everybody, I followed Tsugumi. Followed the sound of water splashing, and soon found Tsugumi. He was walking ahead of me in a curved corridor. I ran up to Tsugumi and asked her, "Hey, why did you keep looking at me?" She didn't stop walking. She didn't even look at me. I stepped ahead of her and stood in her way. You were shooting sideway glances at me, right? Then you glanced at me when you left the conference room.
だから
So, well...
ええ。私は確かにあなたを見てたわ。でも、だったらあなただって私のことを見てたんじゃないの？
I mean, that's true.
そうじゃなければ、私の視線に気づくわけがないんだから。
You're right.
じゃあ、お互い様じゃない。
You started watching me first.
見ちゃいけないの？
No problem,
あな
but...
たは誰かに見つめられると、潮の柱になってしまうような得意体質の持ち主？
No.
よかった。
Saying that, Tsugumi started to walk. I blocked her way, holding out my arm. Wait a minute. Don't change the subject. I wanted to know was the reason why you were glancing at
理
me.
由がなきゃダメなの？人を見ることに理由が必要なの？
Trying to change the topic again.
あなたはどうしてそんなくだらない質問をするの？
Because I want to
何
know
が？
about you, Tsugumi. Tsugumi, you want to say something to me, don't you? Tsugumi looked down. Dragged her leg slightly on the ground behind her. The air ripples spread over the surface of the water. Tsugumi's eyes absently followed the direction where the ripples spread in. She looked up. We stared at each other. She pushed her hair back softly with her little finger and
言い
said,
たいことはたくさんある。
"Oh yeah?
でも今はまだ言えないの。
What do you mean you can't say them yet?" Spoke in a mild, calm tone. Hey, Tsugumi, why do you keep trying to hide so many things? Can't trust us yet. And why did you help us with the repairs when the flooding accident happened today?
私は手伝ってなんかいない。
What?
私が修理をして、他のみんながその手伝いをしたの。
You can look at it any way you want. It's not important. It was important that you tried to help us anyway, right?
ええ。
Tsugumi said it simply.
私はあなたたちのことを信用してないだけなの。別に恨んでるわけでも、憎んでるわけでもない。危険な事態が発生したら、協力するのは当たり前でしょ？私のことはともかくとして、人が死んでいくのを黙って見ているわけにはいかないから。特に、こんな状況ではね。
It was an unexpected answer. Little by little, Tsugumi might have been seeing our side of things. Okay. I'll ask you a different question. You show yourself around us often enough, even though You're saying that you don't trust us, right? If you doubt us, you don't have to hang out with us. Connect on your own. Tsugumi, you actually want to be buddies with us, don't you? It's kind of taking a gamble. She answered back something like, fine. That's what you want, I'll never show my face again. And that would have been the end of things. Waited for a reaction. Tsugumi laughed. Kept shaking her head and laughing hard. What's so funny?
だって仲良しって小学生じゃあるまいし、私あなたが思ってるよりもずっと年上なのよ。
She covered her mouth as she kept laughing. Hey, stop laughing. I'm being serious. If I'm wrong, then what is it? If you don't want to be buddies with us, then why do you come to where everybody is?
教えてほしい？
Yeah.
だったら教えてあげてもいいけど、その代わり一つだけ質問に答えてほしいの。あなた、ジュエルチョコって知ってる？
What?
ジュエルチョコ。
I don't know about it. I don't know. Answered honestly.
ジュエルチョコは何の変哲もないただのチョコレート。たった一つの特徴は、おまけとしておもちゃの指輪がついてくること。
Huh. I see.
そのおもちゃの指輪は全部で34種類あるの。それらをすべて集めようと思ったら、ひたすらチョコを買い続けなくちゃいけない。でも、これってちょっと変だと思わない？主従関係が逆転しちゃってるのよ。本来なら、チョコの方が主で、指輪の方が10だったはずなのに、指輪を集めている人にとっては、チョコの方が副次的な存在なの。
So the chocolate becomes something extra after the
そういう
rings.
こと。
But so what? What's that to do with what we were talking about?
わからない？
Tilted my head.
私がみんなのところに行くのは、みんなに会うことを目的としてるわけじゃないの。私はただ、
We stopped talking. The smile was gone from her face. She stared at me with a serious look. It was a tense look. Looking at her deep and dark-colored eyes, I felt if I was about to be absorbed. But I couldn't look away. I couldn't even budge. My body was stiff like a pillar of salt.
私はただ、指輪を集めてるだけ。チョコはおまけなのよ。
She said that, I didn't know why, but she suddenly touched my ear. Traced the outline of my ear and pinched my earlobe tenderly. That moment, my body burst into fragments. I didn't remember what happened after that. I just found myself in the middle of the corridor, standing in a daze. To me, it disappeared at some point.
指輪を集めてるだけ。
His voice echoed in my head. Hmm. Rolled back to the conference room. Near the room, only you and Sara were there. Lying on the table and breathing as if they were asleep. Legs were facing me. I could almost see their underwear. But I wasn't interested in it. Not interested. Pretending to not be interested. I walked from the table and shook Yu's body slightly. He opened her eyes, rubbing one of them with her hand.
そうな。おかえり。
I'll catch a cold sleeping in a place like this.
大丈夫。マヨの体、あったかいから。
Seeing that, you hugged Sarah's body tightly. Sarah said something in delirium, but didn't seem to wake up. Figured they both had to be tired. What about
メリ
Takashi?
ーゴーランド行ったみたいよ。
You mean the merry-go-round with the dolphins?
出て行く前にそう言ってた。
You go alone? As I asked, I realized that I'd already known the answer. Sora's in the control room. I had met Tsugumi a minute ago. You and Sara were holding each other like koalas in front of me.
一人だよ。
You answered
もう
me.
いいでしょ。寝かしてよ。いいところなんだから。
Having a nice time. You might have been having a dream. Close their eyes slowly. I don't know why their choice of, like, they're gonna sleep on the desk, and we're just cuddle. It's fine. I know it. All right, it's whatever. I went up the emergency stairs and headed for the merry-go-round. Thought briefly that it would be nice to go to sleep between you and Sara. Fortunately, I wasn't sleepy at all. Besides, I was serious about what Takashi was doing at the merry-go-round. If I remembered correctly, Takashi had been sitting on a dolphin earlier in the day as well. Sara told me that. I wonder if riding on the merry-go-round alone was fun. There was something fun for him. Takashi was kind of freaky.
俺はイルカの国の王様だい。
Can imagine Takashi having fun by himself. But he wasn't there for his amusement, and I wanted to know the reason why he was going to the merry-go-round so often. Anyway, I was itching to find out the truth. That's why I didn't mind climbing up 17 meters of stairs. I came out in a straight corridor. So, if we're putting this in terms of like normal routes, we've had an interaction with you. We've had a kind of extended interaction with Sara. Tsugumi is standoffish. So I would assume that Takashi hanging out at the merry-go-round is Takashi getting to know Sora. And it appeared he was by himself because if Sora doesn't want you to see her, she can only project to the person she wants to. So, I mean, we're far beyond routes at this point, but like that's what we've seen, like, for sure so far. I mean, also like the Tsugumi thing, which happened in both, so that's no different. Over here in Kidland, you know, there's a lot of things that didn't happen over in Takashi Land. I don't even want to get into that. Anyway, after I walked for a while, I could see a door on the left side. There was a dolphin merry-go-round through the door. The door had been left open. I sneaked into the room, trying not to make a sound. Takashi was there. As alone as I expected. Takashi was all alone.
どこにいるんだよ。あのな、お前な。もう何なんだ。
He was wandering in front of the merry-go-round as he screamed nonsense. It was as if he were chasing something invisible. I thought he was chasing butterflies over the flower garden. That's what it looked like to me.
お前だって分かってるはずだぞ。捕まえるって言ったって。
Yeah, he is dealing with Sora right now.
俺はどうやってもお前を掴むことができないんだ。
Thought she was talking to a fake dolphin, tropical fish, and seaweed. There's obviously something wrong with him. He was sicker than I imagined. There's no time to laugh. I was paralyzed with fear. I didn't have the presence of mind to feel sorry for him. He's gone crazy because he's locked up in a place like this. I don't even notice, but somewhere along the line, he just snapped.
具合悪くなってないか？疲れてるんじゃないか？なんかやばいことになってないよな。
It thought she was worried about the dolphins. I clasped my hands together as if in a prayer pose. Let it leave without saying anything. So I pretended I hadn't seen it and kept to myself. Started walking towards the exit. As the distance between myself and Takashi grew, I couldn't hear what he said. Only one thing reached
クロ
me.
ーン法
Yeah, clone law. My vision twisted crazily. Wait, maybe a tag hit before his voice did. I didn't know. I didn't know, but in any case, I lost my sense of balance. I couldn't tell what was up or down. It was such a sudden change that it threw me. I felt an urge to vomit, and a headache. Who are you? Who am I? It was my voice, but it wasn't mine. I lost consciousness. I crashed to the floor. Was it me that fell? Or someone else that wasn't me? I felt myself sinking into the ground. Was I sinking? Or was the floor trying to swallow me? I didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't
ク
know.
ローン法クローン法クローン法クローン法
Melted in the pure white darkness. Yeah, clone law? What? Clone law? Hi Sora, how you doing? What's up?
はいクローン法です
I don't know, I mean, I forgot.
2010年にそれまで禁止されていた人間のクローン受精は法律で認められました。現在では省庁の許可さえ得られれば誰でもクローン受精による不妊治療が受けられるようになっています。
Remember that time in 2010 when cloning was legal? Yeah, I know, it was great. Oh, though, bringing this up again, something I didn't connect, later. Remember when, actually, well, that doesn't, I mean, I suppose I could have did it legally. Now that we're bringing up, like, clone law again, remember when we saw Yu's mom on Is Still Null, and I was kind of suspicious, like, that's just you. That's just an older you. What's happening? When you think about clone law in conjunction with that, like, it was illegal, but it was probably a thing. Like, did Yu's original mom? Well, no, that wouldn't make sense. Is Yu like a clone fertilized of her mom stand-in? I mean, what, Dr. Takashi? As Yu's mom was referred to? It said, I am you. So I don't know, just reminding myself of this clone law nonsense was like, hey, you remember that thing where they look super similar? Like, that was weird. Like, maybe they did clone, maybe you know, they did the clone fertilization thing illegally. I don't know. Anyway.
培養した体細胞から核を抜き取り、別のすでに核を抜き取ってある卵細胞の中にそれを移植し、
I don't know where that fits in the wider everything of this, but it's something. It is something. Oh yeah, maybe the name changes. I forgot about the name changes. Yes, maybe. Oh, that's right. I remember
ご
now.
理解いただけましたか？
But what does that have to do with this? Clones develop separately. In other words, they're different entities. They're not the same person. They're more like
でも
twins.
その由来は単一です。
Sure spoke most casually.
話を戻しますね。私は偏在している。同じ空間の中に、時間の中に、複 複数の私が存在できるのです。例えば倉成さんの前とココちゃんの前、あそことここに2人の私がいる。けれどそれは決してダブルではなく Y なのです。そうですね。考えてみてください。もしもあなたという人格をそっくりそのままコピーすることができるとしたら、例えばあなたの脳に刻まれたすべての記憶、考え方、感じ方、人格、性格、感情、それらすべての情報を正確に忠実に摘出することができたとして、それを何らかの記憶媒体に複製し、しかもその機能を再現できるとしたら、その時本当のあなたはどこにいるのでしょうか。肉体に残ったままの人格が本当のあなた、それとも複製した人格が本当のあなた。正解はそのいずれにも本当のあなたがいるです。そう、あなたは分裂し2つになるのです。
Yes, hello, Double Sora. How you
歴
doing?
史的にはその瞬間から2人のあなたは別々の個体として、けれどその道のりを振り返ってみれば2つのあなたはある、それがつまり Y なのです。ダブルではなく Y。 あるポイントを起点として別々に分かれていく2つの自分をあなたは想像することができないかもしれません。しかしそれはすでに起こっていることなのです。あなたは常に絶え間なく訪れては過ぎ去っていく瞬間瞬間の中で何らかの選択を迫られています。 A の道を行くか B の道を行くか。ここにいるあなたが A の道を歩んできたとしても、別の時間軸上では B の道を歩んできたあなたが存在するかもしれません。
This isn't really related, but like, I'm not skipping this because like, you know, it helps to anchor us in where we are. But like, I keep looking back and forth between the two Soras, like ingrained in my mind. Like, is something different? Like maybe this one. I keep looking back, and I'm too entrained by the Spot the Difference books or whatever. So like I'm like, as Sora's talking about this stuff again, I'm looking back and forth, and I'm like, is that different? It's like, no, that's the same. I know they're both exactly the same, but like, I don't know. Anyway.
そして A の道のあなたも B の道のあなたもあなたであることに、ただ A の道にいるあなたは B の道にいるあなたのことを知りません。
Oh, speaking of this, Sora, this is happening though. Which one is the one we know? Which one is the killer one? You know, one of them, all of them, maybe none of them. This, we're mixing with this nonsense right now. The you on that path doesn't know about the you on the other path. The kid knows everything. He knows stuff that's not even his paths. He knows about the underwater bullshit and Coco. He knows about that. He's not supposed to know about that. That doesn't happen in his route. That's not a thing because there is no Coco. I mean, besides the Coco he sees occasionally, but there's no Coco actually there. Maybe, sort of. But I don't know. Anyway, whatever. Let's continue. But there is though, it's happening. Tell me if this is basically it. The me on path A that you're talking about is one of the branches that was one of the branches of the Y, and the me on path B is another branch. Make it easier to understand. Let's say that this is all two-dimensional or on a flat plane. In this case, both my A and B cells would be two-dimensional beings. As two-dimensional beings, they wouldn't have an accurate awareness of their two-dimensional world at any time. Just like a person in a three-dimensional world can't keep track of all 6 sides of a die in real time. That means... let's see. Dang, I lost my train of thought. In other words, basically, it means this. The person at one end of the Y and the person at the other end of the Y can't really be aware of each other in real time. In order to know what's happening the other end of the Y. You have to extract yourself from the two-dimensional plane and view Y from a three-dimensional space. This is just us as the player. This is just a description of us as the player. Yeah, it does help to have a refresher because I also forgot clearly by not making the connection until they brought it up again. But this shit they're talking about is just them, and us as the player, because like we're viewing it from the outside and we'd be like, what the heck is going on? But yes, it is good. It's good for the refresher. Though I didn't need a refresh. I mean, it was a dramatic sense, but I didn't need a refresher on Tsugumi getting her leg fucked up again. I already knew that happened for sure. But this is good, because this is like 2 whole routes ago. Probably like a month and a half ago in actual time. Something like that.
今、クラナリさんが意味軸二次元的な存在は二次元平面から脱出し三次元空間内から
Yeah, honestly, yes. The same. We probably glazed over all this because it was not relevant to Takashi. The Takashi number 2, it was not relevant at all. But now, like, we're in the kid 5, more basically. All of this, like, matters now.
二次元の全体像を把握することはできません。
You'll figure it out later. That's everything, though.
その時初めて自分が Y の字の一部であったことに気づき。
This is where the kid is right now. Because he's dipping through dimensions and being like, what? There's other stuff happening, though. That's not happening here.
さ
What?
らに枝分かれしたもう一人の自分がいることにも気づけるのです。まとめましょう。
The kid is peeking into
N
these
次元的な
things.
存在が N 次元の全体像を把握するためには N プラス1次元空間へと脱出する必要がある。もちろんこれは3次元空間内においても当てはまります。3次元的な存在が3次元の全体像を把握するためには4次元空間へと脱出する必要がある。つまりクラナリさんが枝分かれした他の自分がいることに気づくためには4次元空間へと飛び出してこの私たちがいる3次元空間内を見下ろさなければならないのです。この場合の4次元空間とはミンコフスキー時空のことを指しているわけですが、まあその話はいいでしょう。さてこれで異なった歴史、異なった世界、異なった空間の中に別の自分自身が存在する。
You know, it's almost like we didn't have this exact conversation before. Like, I don't remember this. No, I'm not remembering things, and the kid doesn't remember things. That's probably the point, honestly. That's probably the point. That's probably the point of, like, having this shit happen, and then you come back to it and like, what? Hold up, wait. That's probably the point. But, like, I don't remember... I mean, I probably glazed over it as well. I don't remember this kind of, you know, phrasing.
分かってもらえたでしょうか。
Because it wasn't relevant at the time. That's why.
自己は偏在しているのです。あなたと同様に私という存在も偏在しています。あなたも私と同じ単一から分かれた Y ですが、偏在する自己は一つになれるのです。あなたの知らないあなたがあなた自身と不可分の存在になれるとしたら、
This is the kid. This is the description of the kid.
あなた自身が他のあらゆるあなたを把握できる位置に立って全てを見通せたとしたら、全てのあなたの体験はあなた一人の体験に
This
等しくなる。
is exactly what is happening to the kid.
あなたは本当の意味でたった一つの存在になる。
He is gathering all of the knowledge. His body isn't ready for it, so he's fainting every time. But he's getting this. This is what is happening to the kid. I let it alongside. Listen, can I ask you just one thing?
どうぞ。
Why are you telling me all of this?
いい質問ですね。
That's a good question. Because it's not relevant to you. It'll be relevant to the people later. Sora turned in full circle right where she was and
伝
smiled.
説ですよ。
It's a legend.
このレミューの由来のレムリア大陸に伝わる伝説です。そういうことにしておいてください。
Yeah, let's leave it at that. You know,
内緒ですよ。
mystic. It's a secret. That's why it's a secret. So I held up one finger in front of her mouth. Then, without a sound, she vanished. For a while, I just stood there, lost in thought. It was doorbell ditching and dining and dashing, but I figured there wasn't a phrase like chat and run or debate and dash. But it was exactly what Sora had just done to me. Oh well. I got a sigh, I made for the exit. As I walked, I reflected back on what Sora had said. Clones, fighting selves, walking in different times, simultaneous copies of Sora, the ambiguous Sora. What if Sora's trying to say that everything was the same? So maybe Sora, with all her incomprehensible and special attributes, not having one single self, was really all that different. I wonder if that was what Sora had wanted to say. I wasn't sure, but I didn't see much use in thinking anymore about things that I didn't understand. Thanks. Exactly. That is us as the player, where Sora brings up all this stuff. We're like, yep, all right, yep, go on. I don't understand this, but go on, go on. Yes, yep, I understand completely. I don't. I understand completely, Sora. Yes, thanks. Goodbye. See you later. This is us. This is us as the player, where you know, we get this whole grandiose speech about everything. We can't tie it to anything, so we just, you know, we just let it roll. You know, hello, yes, tell me what you want to tell me, Sora, and then we move on. We forget about it, because now that we're back, that's exactly what happened. Anyway, then squish. My foot came in. Did you walk? You walked into the kid. You walked into the kid. Feels as if I were stepping on a person. That's not a person, is it? One of my feet was standing on the kid's small back. Hey, kid, are you alright? I kneeled down next to him and raised his body up.
Takeshi.
What do you mean, Takashi? What are you doing collapsed in a place like this?
こんなとこ?
Kid bounced up like he'd been shocked.
ああ、そっか。僕、なんでか知らないけど、突然頭が痛くなっちゃって、それでここに倒れちゃったんだ。
Your head? That could be bad news.
もう大丈夫。ちょっと眠ったらすっきりしちゃった。
You sure? Sure you're fine.
でも、なんか背中が痛いかも。
Decided not to tell him I'd been stepping on
あ
it.
とは、お腹が空きすぎて、胃がキュルキュルと鳴ってる。
This kid is Takashi's kid, but our kid also did this. I don't think this is kid's Takashi. I think this is the other Takashi. But why the kids are syncing up now, I don't know. I see. Well, you got an appetite, then you're probably okay, but maybe you should have Sora take a look at you. Healthy people don't get headaches and collapse all of a sudden. Hey, are you listening to what I'm saying?
何が? もう、たけしは心配性だな。平気だってば。
You're not. Well, I mean, this kid is fine probably, but the other one is not.
ただの貧血だよ、貧血。
That's not
じゃなかった
convenient.
ら、疲労か空腹か睡魔。
Yeah, this kid isn't aware of
とにかく
anything.
今は背中以外に痛いところはないし。
This kid knows nothing. Yeah, just can't bring myself to tell him I've stepped on it.
そんなことよりも早く売店行こうよ。僕お腹ペコペコなんだから。
Saying that, the kid made for the exit, walking briskly. Shrugging, I watched him go. It was famished as well, but there's one place I had to go before I went to the kiosk. Of course, it was the Tsugumi. Surgery was finished a long time before Sora's talk about W and Y over 7 hours before. I asked Sora about Tsugumi's condition.
40針ほど縫いました。全治2ヶ月といったところです。
Or it should.
元のように歩けるようになるにはさらに数ヶ月かかりますね。
But it's
小
Tsugumi.
町さんには救助が来てレミューから出られるようになるまで安静にしてもらうことになるでしょう。
Looking at that, there was no damage done to her brain or organs. Only her right thigh was injured. Maybe only wasn't the best way to put it. In any case, she had a complex fracture and a severed artery. If it had taken any longer to treat her, she might have died from blood loss. I was thankful to you from the bottom of my heart. I entered the infirmary. Tsugumi was sleeping quietly on the bed in the far side of the room. It wasn't my first time visiting her since the surgery. I'd been in and out from that afternoon to the evening, and again. Thinking about it then, it seemed to be that the reason Sora had called me and explained the whole W and Y thing had probably been to take my mind off Tsugumi. I mean, that's probably actually, but in practice, her condition hasn't changed. She looked peaceful and was breathing steadily. A white blanket was covering her, and her foot peeked out from under it. She had a cast and bandage trapped under her right leg. It looked painful. The smell of medicine continued to assault my nose. The scene was fairly raw, with traces still visible of where blood had been wiped away. I reached my hand under the blanket and gently took Tsugumi's palm in my hand. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. All I could do was repeat that mantra over and over to the resting Tsugumi. During dinner at the kiosk, the 4 of us, you, Coco, the kid, and myself moved to the rest area. Kid. And chasing Pippi around, waving through the statues. Looked like they were having fun.
ちょっと私
You.
空の様子見てくるね。
That said, she headed to the control room. Coco... Huh? I didn't see Coco anywhere. I tried to look into the nearby kiosk, but she wasn't there. No one was. Urged in the corridor. Squinting, I looked down at the end of the corridor, but there was no sign of anyone. Nearby was the entrance to the Lemurian ruins. The door was open. I could hear a small splashing sound coming from the area. I entered the room as if it were inviting me in. Coco was standing in the center of the room. She was standing on a stone that was just above the water surface, my feet together. Coco. Coco looked at her face. She looked lonely. Approached her. What are you up to? Coco stood there silently, eyes on the surface of the water. Looking closer, I saw that she was clutching something in her left hand. Then Coco took that something in her right hand and let loose with it, tossing it into space. The light splashing sound, that something hit and sank in the water, disappeared amid a circle of expanding ripples. Splish! Coco threw something again. There's a small spray of water. The light's reflection on the water shook uncertainly. Splish, splish, splish. Just as the waves were about to die away, Coco launched something into the water. The area was dark, and I couldn't see what it was. Hey, Coco. What is that? Coco went to her hand and showed me. In her palm were tiny pebble-sized pellets. I wonder if they were glass. They were transparent and shaped like water droplets. Crystal teardrops was how they looked. I wish she had a handful of tears. Glass tears. Go flipped one of them with the tip of her finger. And that tear sank into the water.
ここね。つぐみんのこと考えてたんだ。
Coco said that, ignoring my
ここ
question.
のせいなんだよね。
What?
つぐみんはココのことかばってくれて、ココのこと助けようとしてくれて、だからつぐみんは
Coco's shoulders shook.
本当なら怪我しちゃうのはココだったはずなんだ。つぐみんが助けてくれなかったらココは死んじゃってたかもしれないんだ。
Hush. Tear traced an arc through the air before falling into the water.
つぐみん怒ってるかな。
Don't be silly. Or Tsugumi be angry with you. If she was angry with anyone, it would be me. I mean, my carelessness caused everything. I'm the one to blame. But the sadness Coco was feeling was all my fault as well.
違うよ違う。タケピョンのせいなんかじゃないよ。ココがいけないの。ココのせいなの。ココがぼーっとしてたから。つぐみんはココの身代わりになって。
Go like the tears she was holding fall, scattering below her. First a white spray erupted from the water surface below her.
タケピョン。
Swimming off the rock, Coco came bounding into my chest.
つぐみんのとこ謝りに行く。ごめんなさいって言いに行く。ごめんなさいって。ごめんなさいって。
Coco turned to bury her face in my chest, crying. Coco's tears seeped through into my skin and into my core like rain falling on my heart. Cold rain. Small ripples on the water continued to fan out, never disappearing. Coco and I went to the infirmary. Then the room was silent. Approached Tsugumi's bed carefully as not to make a sound. Tsugumi's eyes were open. Turned her face towards us. You came to see how you're doing. How are
ご
you?
覧の通りよ。それ以上でも以下でもない。
I see.
要はそれだけ？
No. I know how to say what I know how to say what had to be said. I didn't think that just saying I'm sorry or bowing my head would get my feelings across. I wanted to choose my words carefully. But
ココね、ココね、つぐみんに謝ろうと思って。
Coco opened her mouth before I could speak.
つぐみんはココのこと助けてくれたから。だからごめんなさいってごめんなさいって言わなくちゃ。それからありがとうってごめんなさいとありがとうをココはつぐみんに
Coco's voice shook, and she almost sobbed as she tied her words together.
バカな子ね。
Tsugumi's expression hinted at a smile.
ありがとうなんて言わなくていいのよ。もちろん謝る必要なんかもっとない。ココは何も悪くないんだから。
でも
お願い。そんな悲しい顔しないで。
Tsugumi extended one of her arms from the bed. Touched her palm to Coco's
すべ
cheek.
ては怒るべくして怒ったの。誰のせいでもないの。
Never seen Tsugumi be so nice, so gentle. Piercing gaze and sharp tongue, they could have belonged to an entirely different person. For an instant, I wondered what would have happened if I had come to see her alone. Tsugumi was opening up to
ね
Coco.
えココ、あの時のこと思い出してみて。ココにパイプを押さえるように頼んだのは誰だった？それは私が頼んだの。ココがあの場所に立ってたのは私が指示を出したから。つまり私のせいなのよ。そんなこと関係ないよ。うん、そうかもしれない。関係ないかもしれない。だとしたら私がココを突き飛ばしたことも廃材が崩れ落ちてきたことも誰の責任でもないということになる。物事の因果関係なんてそんなものなのよ。原因をどんどん突き詰めていっても無限に広がっていくだけ。原因の原因の原因は何？そんなことを考えても意味がないと思わない？だから私は言ったの。全ては起こるべくして起こったって。それにね、私があの時したことは犠牲者を最小限に食い止めるための極めて合理的な決断だったと思う。ココは助かった。私もこうして今でも生きている。だったらそれでいいじゃない。私の言ってることわかる？
After thinking it over for a while, Coco nodded without much confidence.
今はまだわからなくてもいいの。こんなことを理解するにはあなたはまだ若すぎるから。とにかく自分を責めないで。ほら、そんな泣きそうな顔しないの。
They gently pinched Coco's cheek with their fingers.
わかった？
Coco furrowed her brow and gave a solid nod. Looking for a good time to chime in, I finally found my voice. I said it was all nobody's fault, but I still feel like I had to apologize to her. I was the one who created the opportunity that made the accident
どうした
possible.
の？
His expression was as mild as before. Tsugumi was about to say I was sorry. She'll scream a warning siren rang loudly in my ears. What's that? Coco's face went pale. Focusing her eyes on one point in the wall, Tsugumi raised her body up. Wait, Tsugumi, what are you doing?
調べに行くのよ。
Stupid, you have to rest. You can't go moving
大
around.
丈夫よ。このぐらいの怪我なら。
No big deal. You're really something. I can't believe you're so stupid. Just stay here and make it easy. I'll check things out. No buts. Got it? I don't want you moving a single millimeter. Because if you do, you have to deal with me. Put my hand on Tsugumi's shoulder and laid her back on the bed. As soon as I figure what's going on, I'll come back. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Saying that, I jetted out of the room. I dashed out of the infirmary. Looked to the left and the right. Coco, trailing behind me, grabbed and squeezed my hand. Coco sounded scared. Now we'll go to where everybody else is. Pulled along Coco as I ran. Headed for Twitcher stock. I descended the stairs in a blur. Peeked into the control room. No one was there. Picking up water, I sprinted down the corridor. The alarm was still blaring. I strained to listen. I didn't hear the sound of seawater rushing in or the sounds of partitions squeaking under pressure. But there was something I heard in the gaps between the siren. It sounded like rain. Like water droplets pouring down on water and the sound of wind cutting through the sky. When did Coco ask me that? We're getting closer to the sound of the rain. A low sound, it drowned off the sound of the siren. I thought the corridor stood a gaping entranceway. Dashing into it, our eyes met with a surprising sight. Massive amounts of water rained down from the ceiling. It was the rest area. The whole area was obscured in a fine mist. Smack in the middle of it. drew a sign like a rainbow. Worked her way towards Sora through the rain, trying to avoid the moisture as much as possible. We were already drenched. Sora, what in the world? I looked up at the ceiling. I followed her gaze and looked upward. Once the countless drops of mist, something was faintly visible on the other side. Sprinklers? Sora just laughed. She didn't try to answer. Just then,
ちょっと何があったの？
he frantically came running into the room. She was holding a fire extinguisher in her hands. She removed the safety pin, aimed the nozzle, and was ready to let loose with it. It was a pretty clumsy looking
ご
attempt.
心配かけて申し訳ありません。ちょっとかわいそうだと思ったので。
かわいそう？
So I turned to gaze to the flower beds and the ground. Was this all just to water the flowers? Sora smiled. She didn't try to explain.
火事とか爆発とかそういうやつじゃないのね。
ええ、本当にすみません。
Sora's face didn't look like she was sorry. It looked like Sora was enjoying the droplets showering down from the sprinklers.
びっくりさせないでよ。警備室のモニターに火災警報が出たから慌てて飛んできたのにさ。
We placed the nozzle of the fire extinguisher in the safety bin. Well, at least it was nothing serious. Better than the alternative.
そうだね。
Coco, you and I heaved a sigh and sat down where we were. Figure's head and stopped. Sora staring at the flowers with a look of pity. Look at the grass and the flowers were dancing, reveling in the newfound moisture.
あれ？そういえば、しょうちゃんとピピは？
Looked around the room. I saw them. The kid and Pippi were still running around the statues. They're just having a good time. They're just having fun. They're just having lots of fun. That's all. The Pippi were running about in the downpour, screaming out joyfully. Went beyond playfulness, it was close to pathological. What if the kid has finally taken the plunge off the deep end? Clasped my hands together as if praying for his recovery. Yeah, this kid is no help with anything. The other kid, yes. Not this one. For sure. Singing... This kid is no help. Alright, enough. Enough of you. Enough of your singing. Yes, keep singing. Yes, you love the rain. Yeah, I get it. Thank you. Okay. It's raining. I was singing at the top of the whale's nose. Sara was beside me. She covered her head with her hand to keep the droplets from getting her hair wet.
雨？これは雨じゃないでしょ。クジラが潮を吹いただけ。
I know that. I know that, but it looks like it's raining to me. Water, misty and drizzling, poured upon us from the sky. Stars reflected lights from the water droplets and emitted vibrant colors. We're in the cosmos. The whale was alive. At least, it seemed that way to me. A whale swimming in the starry sky. And its back surging like a wave, it undulated again and again. Its soft mouth opened, closed, and even puffed up from time to time. But every 3 minutes, it blew out a warm breath through its blowhole. The seawater mist of spray would scatter around the area. Seeing at the tip of its nose, Sara and I bobbed up and down in time with its movements. However, the whale undulated so slowly, we could let go with our hands to feel safe. Like a cradle rocking back and forth. On the back of the whale, we sailed through the cosmos. Sara took the lighter from her pocket and lit it. The shimmering flame colored her face red. She had the pendant in her other hand. Then it was shaking in Sara's small hand. The same one she had shown me in the small room in the warehouse. Hey, Sara, I'm gonna ask you again, but who's the man in the pendant?
それはもう教えたでしょ
Yeah, whales. There's a place, and so this is, I explained it briefly, but this is an underwater theme park where they have lots of, like, you saw the you haven't seen the gondola, but that's it. You had like the dolphin, the dolphin carousel. This is like a big whale that you can get on top of that's like mechanical, probably. Anyway, what? That he's from the sun? She handed me the pendant and the lighter, and I stared closely at the image. Went without saying, but he seemed to look like a normal person. I had no idea how people from the sun were supposed to look, but in the image, at least had the face of an earthling. Looked like any ordinary young man to me. Are you serious? He's from the sun? I asked her.
少年って本当に素直だよね
What?
太陽星人なんているわけないじゃんあんな炎の塊みたいなところに生物が存在すると思う
So, you were lying to me.
嘘っていうか冗談っていうか湾曲的な表現っていうか
What's that supposed to mean?
さてどういう意味でしょう
Sara stretched out her arm and put out the lighter. Darkness spread across the cosmos. I put the lighter and the pendant together, returning them to her. Just then, Sara slid down the back of the whale without a word. I hastily followed suit.
このホログラム外じゃなきゃ見えないの日光が当たらないと見えない仕組みになってるんだだから太陽星人だって言ったの
Sara stood next to the whale and started
小
talking.
さい頃は本気でそう思ってた太陽に住んでる人間が作ったから太陽の光がないと見えないんだって信じてたのでこのペンダントを持ってる私も実は太陽星人の子供で何らかの使命を与えられて地球に送り込まれたんじゃないかって今考えればあまりにも幼い妄想だけどね
Wait a second, Sara. We're 51 meters underwater. Where's the sun? Sara interrupted me and lit the lighter. Light filled the space around us. The flickering flame, despite its insignificant size, lighter red than the color of the sunset shined upon the dome-shaped ceiling.
炎太陽がなくても炎の明かりさえあれば見えるんだこのことに気づいたのはだいぶ後になってからなの10歳か11歳ぐらいの頃だったかな
Really? Sunlight or a flame,
た
huh?
だし日光や炎があっても見えない人もいる
People who can't see
私
it.
以外の人全員のことこのホログラムの画像は私だけにしか見えないの私だけにしか見えないはずでもねつい最近この画像を見れる人が現れて
Sara put out the lighter. Darkness came rushing back. Flicked the lighter on again, then put it out. Lit, put it out, lit it, put it out. Finally, Sara
少
spoke.
年君のことだよ
My scare ached. That scar on my left
どうして
thumb.
だろうねどうして少年にも見えるんだろうねねえ
どうしてだと思う？
Why do you think, Sara? Sara looked upward into my eyes. She pushed the pendant and the lighter against my cheeks, my
も
chest.
う一度見て。
I took them from her. Striking the flame, I looked closer at the pendant. Big 3D image rose dimly before me. It was a man who I hadn't even seen before. Looking at it that closely, I realized that a piece from the mirror was missing. The scar on my thumb, it used to be filled in. Started to suspect the truth of the matter.
何か思い出さない？心当たりとかない？
No, not really. I was starting to realize, but I shook my head. My scar was itching as if electric current were running through it.
そっか。
Sarah dropped her shoulders in disappointment.
ここに写ってる人ね。多分パパだと思うんだ。
What? You think he's your father?
そう。私と私のお兄ちゃんのパパ。
Coco, I'm not your dad. Hello, though. What's up?
パパってば
I'm not your dad, though.
どうして無視するのパパ
Oh, let me tell you. Because I'm not your dad, that's why.
でもパパのいない人はパパっぽい人のことをパパって呼んでもいいんだよ
You probably shouldn't do that, Coco. It's not a good idea.
そう書いてあるでしょ
No, it's not. It's definitely not written in that. It's definitely not. You don't say. Well, I've got 3 things to tell you. But Takashi, it's if you're not down with that, I got 2 words, not 3 things. Come on. First, as far as I know, not one line in the Japanese constitution corresponds to what you just said. Second, not even close to being fatherly. Third, you already got a dad. He was still alive and well. So stop calling me daddy, Coco, please.
やだやだ
Please don't.
パパって呼びたいパパって呼びたいパパって呼びたい
No. Forget it. I'm already taking a big hit with the stupid nickname Takepyon. Don't make me put up with another one like Daddy on top of that.
もうパパの意地悪
She's still doing it. I mean, Takepyon isn't even that bad. That's kind of fine. But Daddy, that's a little too much. I told you not to call me Daddy. Oh, growled as she glared at me. Grrr. I wasn't gonna give in either. Coco and I stood face to face with each other, both on the verge of an outburst. As we stood there, I just couldn't help thinking to myself, how in the world did I end up in such a situation? It all happened 30 minutes earlier.
タケピョンタケピョン起きてよ眠れないんだよ一緒に遊ぼうよ
While saying that, Coco shook my body hard, pried open my eyelids, poured salt water into my eyes, and even shoved hydrogen peroxide up my nose. Giving in to her dogged persistence, I reluctantly decided to keep her company. Coco was still growling at me.
呼ばせろ
She was just being outrageous.
呼ばせないなら噛みついちゃうからな
Yes, that's the appropriate response. Hey, let me call you my dad, or I'm gonna bite you. Oh, she did it. But chomped down on my arm. Ouch! I can't believe you actually bit me. I forcefully pried her face off of my arm. There were teeth marks on my arm. The air started to turn a purplish red.
ここにいるようししししししし
Go covered her mouth with the fist and giggled triumphantly. Why on earth do you want to call me daddy anyway?
パパっぽいから。
I mean, maybe to you, you're telling me after you trapped me into this that a 20-year-old guy like me seems like the daddy type. You're telling me I look old?
ううん。
Well, I mean, this doesn't help. This definitely doesn't help things. But I feel like they all got it just by being around Coco. Probably doesn't help though. Though I don't think she didn't draw any blood though, so I think we're okay on that front
なんと
probably.
なくそう思っただけ。
Somehow, huh? Well then, are you trying to say that your dad and I are alike?
全然似てないよ。ココのパパはもっとかっこいいし、頭もいいもんね。
Damn, just roasted Takashi right now. Damn. I should have been yelling at her by then, but I couldn't bring myself to get angry with her. Because all the while, Coco was dancing around crazily, shaking her hips and waving her arms in front of me. I guess you could say I was too distracted to be angry with her. By the way, you said your dad is on a business trip right now, right? Didn't you? Where did he go?
大抵の研究所だよ。
Yeah, you would know this, huh? I'm surprised you're telling me, but I mean, you said like 14? So, I mean, I feel like we've been told you're younger, but maybe not. A research laboratory under the
レ
ocean.
ミューのね、ずーっと下んとこにね、EBF っていう研究所
Oh, you're
があ
just
るんだ。
telling people this. You're really probably not supposed to tell people this, Coco.
ココのパパ、そこの研究員なの。
You're really probably not supposed to tell people this. I mean, we already knew this anyway, but like confirmation though.
あ、でもこのことはみんなには内緒ね。
Oh yeah, it is supposed to be a secret. You just blurted it out. Okay. I don't know why, but for some reason it didn't surprise me. As a matter of fact, it seemed perfectly logical to me. It felt as if I'd already known about it. Yeah, you did, Takashi. You've been there. There's the feeling, but then you must be worried, right? I mean, about your dad. Yes,
なん
Coco.
で？
Well, I mean,
わかった。ココのパパもココたちと同じように逃げ遅れちゃったかもしれないってそう思ったのね。でも大丈夫大丈夫。パパはちゃんと脱出できたみたいだから。
how do you know that? What? Yeah, exactly. What? How do you know that?
わかるからわかるの。
What do you mean you just do?
ココ超能力者だから。
Because you're psychic. What?
まあある種のテレパシーというかクレアボヤンスというかプレコグニションというかポストコグニションというか。
I mean, I mean, any other time I would have, like, haha, Coco, funny, you're just joking, but, like, now? I kind of believe you.
とにかくパパは無事なの。ココにはそれがわかるの。
Quite a big smile on her face. She's still performing her wacky
ほい
dance.
からね、ほいからね。ココスプーンも曲げれるよ。
You can bend spoons!
えいえい、曲がれ曲がれ、こんにゃろこんにゃろって念じると曲がるの。
Huh. I mean, given what we know about LeBlanc, I'm not surprised she's let free. If she's not, like, this isn't a joke, really, but, like, at this point, I don't think it is. Oh, I see.
なんでそんなことができるのか教えてあげようか。
Why?
ココ、実は太陽星人なんだ。
Oh yeah, that's the response I respect. That's the response I expected. There you
太陽
go.
星人には
I feel like what she's saying is real, but that's just how it's been explained. Oh, you're special. You're from the sun, and that means you're special. Oh, I see. Wow, that's great. I couldn't find anything else to say. Powerful microwaves that Coco produced had shaken my brain and fried it. Consciousness started becoming hazy, as if I'd been in bed for 3 days with a high fever.
ここね、太陽星人だからお日様が大好きなんだ。生まれ故郷の光を浴びてると、なんだか体の中がポカポカと暖かくなってくるの。はあ、太陽みたいな。日向ぼっこしたいな。ねえ、たけぴょん。ここ、日向ぼっこしたくなっちゃった。
Oh, that's kinda hard to do right now.
知ってるけど、したいの。だって、もう3日間もお日様見てないんだよ。たけぴょんは日向ぼっこしたくないの？
Try to imagine. High, clear blue sky. Blue sky? Sky. A nice May breeze, the horizon, the sun simmering on the ocean surface. It's only been 3 days, but for some reason, the scenery from the world outside felt far away. Couldn't wait to go outside. Outside to the surface. Yeah, now that you mention it, I do want to sunbathe. But we just don't have that option right now. Besides, it's midnight anyway.
日向ぼっこしたい。日向ぼっこしたい。日向ぼっこしたい。
Alright, we can do it tomorrow. Then we'll probably have rescued us by then anyway.
じゃなきゃ嫌なの。今すぐしたいの。日向ぼっこ、日向ぼっこ、日向ぼっこ。
Coco! There's no way I was gonna let that out, Briscoe. And Gira looked and said, I'm about to get angry. And Coco responded with,
わかったよ。もうわがまま言わない。
her shoulders drooped
その
sadly.
代わり、
Instead, let's what?
ひよこごっこやろう。
It's not related at all. What?
ひよこごっこ、ひよこごっこ、ピヨピヨピー。ひよこごっこ、ひよこごっこ、プップクプー。
Mr. Coco, do you mind telling me what you're talking about?
説明しよう。ひよこごっことは1648年フランスのルイ14世によって考案された格調高い貴族的遊戯の一つである。ルールは簡単。ひよこの真似をしてピヨピヨと歩き回ればよい。このゲームの勝敗はいかにひよこになりきれるかにかかっている。最もひよこな人が勝ち。これがひよこごっこだ。
A few minutes later.
ピヨピヨピヨピヨ。
Do I have to do this? Do I have to do this? What the hell? Why not? I changed my mind. Fuck it, I'm not doing it. Just imagine that. Just imagine this. Just imagine that. This isn't what chicks sound like. Dear father and mother, how is everything with you? I'm currently playing chicks. 300, well, calm down. 34 meters under the surface of the ocean. Playing chicks is an elegant game developed by Louis... the 14th? Louis the 14th. You win if you can win a chick the best. Yeah, I know. I know. You flap your arms like wings and peck at garbage that's fallen in the corridors. Sometimes. You even trip and fall like a cute newborn baby chick to try to compete to see who looks most like a chick. The sounds used basically consist of 3 sounds. P, yo, and n. But as you get better, you can use imaginative sounds and even express yourself with very little chickadee gestures. As an only beginner, I can only use P, yo, and n so far. But I'm working hard to become a full-fledged chick. No, I mean a full-fledged chicken, like Bob and Tad. I'm learning from an excellent teacher. Oh, I don't know why, but I'm shedding tears. This is some nonsense. I don't mind the nonsense, but this is some nonsense. My teacher is encouraging me. I'm alright. I'm fine. My teacher wags her hips left and right as she walks. Sometimes she even flips her hips up in the air. She's the epitome of chickness. Mother, father, my teacher is the best chick mimic in Japan. No, in the world. Oh, but teacher, you don't have to take a dump in the middle of the floor. Alright. This has gone too far. This has gone too far. Teacher is angry with me because I spoke the human language. I mean, I'm sorry in human language, chick language. What is this? Why are we doing this? Must be very hard for you to imagine your own son playing chicks 34 meters under the ocean. Or I suppose you probably don't even believe that I'm doing this in the first place. But I suppose I can't blame you. I've never dreamed I would be in this situation up until 3 days ago. But how interesting life is. How sad we humans are. Oh, there I go crying again. Before the ink on the paper starts to run, I will put down the pen. Oh, dear father and mother, please take care of yourself. Pew pew. What is this? Why are we doing this? Unlike the stuff before, this is just nonsense. I mean, I wanted more Coco in the Coco route, but I don't know if I wanted this. That was the end of a game of chicks. Needless to say, Coco won the game. Coco shouted with happiness and flashed a triumphant smile. I won. Anyway, it was over. I exhaled a long sigh of relief. Yeah, same. No, it was the kid. Oh, is the kid experiencing this too? You know, I don't know how this all fits together. No idea. Are you happy now? Let's get some sleep now. Coco and I started to walk. Coco held my hand. Your hand was so very small. Daddy, huh? Thought to myself. Coco had wanted so badly to call me Daddy. It seemed that she had forgotten all about it. I was relieved, but at the same time, I felt a bit lonely. Daddy, huh? I repeated the word to myself again. Alright, Pat. See you later. Maybe, Saturday? Well, for me, Saturday. Maybe Saturday. We'll see. I don't know. But yeah, anyway, you go to bed too. Good night. I'll continue, doing this. I repeated the word to myself again. I had mixed feelings. Coco and I went to the infirmary hand in hand. As Coco started to use the bed in the infirmary that night. We were in front of the door. For some reason, you was standing there. Oh. Did you see the game, you? Yes, you did. You had a grin on your face.
ピヨピヨってさ、何やってたのあれ。キャー、思い出しただけでも恥ずかしい。
Why do you think I didn't do it, you? Exactly. Of course, someone embarrassed was me. Burning hot blood surged up from the pit of my stomach to my head. All of a sudden, my face felt like it was engulfed in flames. I don't know what the heck you're talking about. Right, Coco?
ここにはわかるよ。
No, you don't. No, you don't, though. Ah!
さっきのひよこごっこのこと言ってるんだよね。なっきゅ。
There you go with knock you again.
なっきゅも見てたんだったら一緒にやれば
Yeah,
いい
you
んだ
should have played two of you. That would have been fun.
私はいいよ。遠慮したく。どうして？どうしてって言われても。そうだ、今からやろっか。
Yeah, do it again.
今から？
Yes, right now.
本当に。ほら、時間も時間だったり。
You know it's late. Yeah, it's late.
そっか。それもそうだね。
You wiped away the sweat that had appeared on her forehead with the back of her hand.
しょうがない。ほいじゃ、明日まで待つことにするよ。明日？
Yes, tomorrow.
明日はナッキュとひよこごっこだーい。
It's your turn tomorrow, you. Ha 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 ha. Coco ran off to the infirmary, gesturing like a chick. You and I were left standing there. We stared at each other. Well, you see, she had fun, okay?
マジで？
I'm serious.
私、ああいうの苦手なんだよね。
Me neither. He was frowning. Your face started to soften as I watched. He was trying hard not to laugh by pressing her hand on her mouth. While recalling my antics from earlier, I had a bad feeling. Hey, you, we had a favor to ask. You just forget what you saw tonight.
忘れられるわけないでしょ。
Well, I suppose... Then, you don't have to forget it, but we at least keep it a secret from Tsugumi, Sora, and the kid.
そうね。黙っといてあげよう。しばらくの間は。
For a
もし
while.
かしたらいずれ役立つことがあるかもしれないし。
For blackmail! Ha 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 ha. I understood. She wanted to use it to blackmail me.
そういうわけだから倉谷くん、わかってるね。よろしく頼むよ。
He patted me on the shoulder and walked away. I had no idea what she would ask of me, but I knew she had me where she wanted me. Now the other five, she was the biggest pain. Shook my head with a sigh and opened the infirmary door. It was dark inside the room, and I could barely see anything. So I heard the breathing of 3 sleeping people. Although I couldn't see any of them, I could tell who was sleeping where. Near Tsugumi was sleeping on the bed at the end of the room. The kid was sleeping on the examination table. Coco was using the bed in the middle, which meant I would be sleeping in the deep compression chamber under the infirmary. About 90 minutes earlier, I'd actually been sleeping there before Coco shoved hydrogen peroxide up my nose. You, it seemed, had lined up some chairs in the conference room and gone to sleep on them. Okay then. I headed towards the lift in the back of the room. I stopped briefly to check in on Coco. I went to the bed in the middle of the room. Although she had been so excited a little while earlier, Coco seemed to be in a deep sleep already. Suppose she's exhausted from all that playing. Coco rolled over and scratched her cheek with her fingers. Like they had slightly fallen off of her. Fixing her cover as I touched her hair gently. Her mumbled softly in her sleep. I didn't know which dad she was referring to, but couldn't help smiling.
パパ、お兄ちゃん。
What?
寒いよ。早くここから出して。 お兄ちゃん。
Huh. Huh?
お兄ちゃん。
Yeah, hi. What is it, Sarah? It's been over 12 hours since Sarah started calling me Oni-chan. The feeling of Sarah's eyelids had just started to fade. Her eyes still watered. About 12 hours before, Sora had told us the truth. Percival and a Weewoo was here checking their points. Hey, what up? And seeing the hologram in the cosmic whale room made kind of sense that Sarah was my sister. Everybody's lurking today, I see. You thought you're, yeah, crazy. Everybody be lurking. That's fine, though. You all can lurk at your own leisure. It's cool. Anyway. Howdy, hello. Oh no, Percival. You got the points. Where did you get those points? I'm doing okay. I can't explain. You're gonna make me do math again? Fuck.
The numbers don't lie.
Fucking kidding me.
And they spell disaster for you as sacrifice.
Alright, hold on. Fucking gonna make me do math in the middle of this again. Hold up. Where's my math transcript? Hold up. Man, I knew I should have bailed like half an hour ago. Oh well, it's fine. Oh, here's the other one. And the hydrate, thank you. I'm gonna need this. I'm gonna need this. I'll do it now though. Where's my and coffee table's here. Everybody's here. Where did you all come from? You've been lurking? Well, there it is. Here it is. Everybody is here for the math. Alright. Everybody's here. Okay, great. For context, the math promo redeem is I don't know if any of you ever heard of Scott Steiner or heard of the math promo. You've probably seen the math promo. Where a big buff guy yells about math and percentages. That's what I'm doing right now. Alright, here we go. Let's kill my voice. Let's go. You know what I say, all men are created equal, but you look at me and you look at Samoa Joe and you can see that statement is not true. Normally, if you go one-on-one with another wrestler, you got a 50-50 chance of winning. But I'm a genetic freak, and I'm not normal, so you got a 25% at best to beat me. Then you add Kurt Angle to the mix. The chances of winning drastic go down. You see, the three-way at Sacrifice, you got a 33 1/3 chance of winning. But I got a 66 2/3 chance of winning, because Kurt Angle knows he can't beat me, and he's not even gonna try. So Samoa Joe, you take a 33 1/3 chance minus my 25% chance, and you got 8 1/3 chance of winning at Sacrifice. But then you take my 75% chance of winning if we was to go one-on-one and add 66 2/3 percent. I got a 141 2/3 chance of winning at Sacrifice. Senior Joe, the numbers don't lie, and they spell disaster for you at Sacrifice. Now I'm going to take a hydrate redeem. There you go. Since everybody's here, I will say, beautiful. Thank you. Probably worth all of my points. I'm going to raise that or something. I got 2 of those already. That's the last one. No more for this stream. One per stream. I'm not doing that twice. Are you kidding me? No. Anyway. Yes, I'm gonna add more wrestling promos for me to recite live whenever people have the points and they deem it so. I'm gonna add the Big Show's sympathy to the Big Show's dad dying. And storyline, that is. His sympathy card, his poem. I'm gonna add that. And I'm also going to add the "It's me, Austin!" I'm gonna add that as well. The higher power reveal. The Vince promo. I'm gonna add that too. If you got any other ones you'd like to see me, recite whenever you feel like it, let me know. Let me know. Anyway, now that that's happened, let's continue with the not at all wrestling related sci-fi-esque mystery visual novel, shall we? But yes, ever since seeing the hologram in the Cosmic Whale Room, I kind of sensed it. Sara was my sister. Maybe I'd already known it when I'd saved Sara from the elevator. Maybe I just pretended not to realize, when, in fact, I really had. It was strange, but I didn't quite understand the details of my own mental state. Because it almost felt like the person who had caused me to pretend was a me that wasn't really me. If that made sense. Steiner's Purple Warrior promo. I wonder how he ponders why WCW didn't hire a dead guy. I'm not familiar with that one, but I will write it down. I will write that down and look into that. I'm not familiar with that one, though. Alright. I'll look into that later. We'll see. I knew I had to find out the truth from the moment I'd seen the pendant in the Cosmic Whale Room, especially after I noticed it had a missing piece. I could tell Sara felt the same way. I know from exactly what point she started wondering if I was her brother. Looking back on it, there are many times she might have hinted at it. But all those moments had seemed to me like she was half joking. The moment that everything came together was when I saw the image in the hologram. So I'd been able to see something that nobody else could. But still, both Sara and I weren't certain when we had been in the Cosmic Whale Room. We needed definite proof. That was why I went to visit Sora, even though it was late at night. I see. Now this wasn't just a Sora felt like it. This is a Sora. They went to Sora. Be like, hey Sora, hey. You test our DNA, please? Thank you. That's what that was. That's what this was this time. Sara surgically removed the fragment from my thumb. Since Sora wasn't able to perform the actual operation, we decided to wake up you. First, you had no idea what we were talking about. But as soon as she understood the situation, she willingly agreed to help. As we expected, the piece removed from my thumb had matched the missing part in the pendant exactly. What was more, when we exposed the piece to the infrared light, an image of the same man in the pendant came up. According to Sora, unlike a regular picture, the hologram shows the whole image in a part. For a picture, it would be impossible to see the whole image with just one piece of it. With a hologram, it was possible to generate a whole image even from a tiny piece. That's one of the special properties of a hologram. Explain a little bit about the infravision. Usually the visual range for humans was limited to light with a wavelength between 380 and 780 nanometers. Light with a wavelength longer than that was called infrared. Normal humans couldn't see light in that range. If you're able to see infrared, be able to sense the temperature of an object without actually touching it. With that ability, you could also see in complete darkness, even without any light. Infrared rays were emitted from all objects at a temperature. Stronger light was emitted from warmer objects, and weaker light from colder objects. By sensing those things, you could tell the location and shape of an object in the darkness. Surprisingly, Sara and I were told that we had the ability called infrared vision. Since we had that ability naturally, it was difficult for us to imagine not being able to sense the temperature or imagine complete darkness. But I realized something then. That was why I noticed heat emanating from the generator room door, and that was why I had mistaken the light from the inverter unit for moonlight. That was why Sara and I were able to see the 3D image in the pendant that nobody else could see. Why did we have that ability? I have no idea. I had no idea. Sora explained to us that it was a special ability passed on genetically. Genetics. I also meant it was highly possible that Sara and I had the same parents. That's when it became almost certain that Sara and I were brother and sister, but still, something seemed to be missing. I took a DNA test with the repaired LMRI. Results showed that Sara and I were blood relatives with a 99.99999% certainty. That had proven everything. When that happened, memories of my childhood started flooding back. It rocked me like an explosion. All of the memories that had been dammed up flooded out all at once, their bombardment rendering me unconscious again. When I regained consciousness, Sara was next to me. Sara, my one and only sister. We were fraternal twins. I'd recalled the bittersweet memories of my days that we had spent together.
お兄ちゃん
Yeah.
お兄ちゃん
Yes, Sara. I hadn't slept at all since the day before. It's been a long half day talking about all sorts of things. Memories of our childhood, and our time at the hospital as well, of course. Why I hadn't kept my promise. Couldn't keep my promise. I sworn to her that I would come to get her. Sara and I took a long time going over and understanding all of the details. There's too much to talk about. Half a day was hardly enough to restore the missing time. But Sara and I didn't need any words anymore. Oni-chan, yes, Sara, just with those words we could understand each other. Sara put her head on my shoulder and closed her eyes gently. I sang her favorite lullaby. Fine. It's not gonna sound the same because, like, I don't speak Japanese, but I'll still do it. A moon sprite shouldering a long bow, waiting inside a dream. Tonight, a story by moonlight, hoping the wait will be short. Sleeping curled and snug, sleeping in mother's arms. This is how it's supposed to sound.
早く ぬくと丸みて眠りたも母に抱かれてココ、お歌上手だね。上手でしょ、上手でしょ。
Yeah, it's very nice.
この歌初めて聞いたけど、子守歌かなんか？
It's a lot better than mine.
そう、子守歌。ママが歌って聞かせてくれたの。じゃあココにとっての思い出の歌ってわけね。うんうん。え、違うの？うん、この歌つい最近覚えたばっかりだから。そうなんだ。
The voices were coming from the kiosk. I went in. Hey! Hello! Yes, hello.
なのにどうしたの？
You know, I'm just chilling. Oh, I just thought I'd see what you looked like playing chicks. That was the reason I had gone searching for them, and eventually wound up at the souvenir shop.
横ごっこだったらもうとっくに終わっちゃったよ。
Man, I missed it! What? Really?
さっきのひよこのものまねすごーくうまくって、ここなんかよりもずーっとひよこっぽくって
Wow.
びっくりしちゃった。やだー、もうそんなにおだてないでよ。
He really goes for it, huh?
いないよ。本当に上手だったんだもん。
Hugh, it seems so against the game to begin with, was embarrassed when she was complimented. What on earth was going on? Did she actually enjoy the game? Thinking from the standpoint of someone who had experienced it, the game Chicks did seem to possess a kind of ritualistic, demonic charm that could subdue the human ability to be rational. It seemed to me that you might have been possessed by that charm. Oh well, that wasn't important. It was important, but somehow missed out on the historical moment that was used before bits. It's truly unfortunate. Darn it. I mentally clicked my tongue. So, what are you doing
見れば
now?
わかるでしょ。
No, I wouldn't have asked. Coco and you were sitting face to face on the carpet. Hippie had his face on Coco's head. Between the two of them was a mountain of small bead-like grains. The pin was stuck atop the mountain. A game of avalanche with a mountain of
正
sand?
解。違うよ、ラッキュー。正解じゃないよ。え？これは涙山崩し。砂の山じゃなくて涙の山なんだから。
A mountain of tears. I sat next to them and pinched a single grain from the mountain. Oh, I remember. Coco was throwing these into the puddle in the ruins yesterday. Clear, colorless grains. They were formed in the shape of a drop of water. Glass tears. No, they weren't made of glass. I could tell by touching them. You never told me what they were yesterday, did you? I guess I'll try again. What are they?
人魚の涙だよ。
Mermaid tears. Coco closed her eyes and nodded. I don't care what you say, there's no way these are real mermaid teardrops.
あれあれ。
Saying that, you pointed to the display racks of the souvenir shop. I stood up and walked toward where you had pointed. The racks were packed with different kinds of merchandise. Among the stuff, there was a corner with a line of old-looking ceramic bottles. I picked up one of the bottles and looked at it. It was slightly bigger than the size of my palm and heavier than I had imagined. It felt solid in my hand. Put on the label was Mermaid Tears. I looked at the bottom of the bottle. There was a round stamp on it. Contents, candy. Ingredients, sugar, corn syrup, acidifier, flavoring. Check the bottle. Heard a dry, crisp sound. Pulling out the cork top, I poured some out of my palm. I poured too much, and some of them spilled from my hand to the floor. Mermaid tears bounced on the carpet as if they were dancing. I see. I had the bottle in my right hand and the tear bounced to my left. I went back to where I was sitting and put myself down with a thud. These mermaid tears are just some kind of souvenir? Let's see. Among myself, I popped all the teardrops from my left hand into my mouth. I chomped down on them hard. The melting sweetness spread in my mouth. These are good. Been a long time since I had tasted anything besides a tuna sandwich. I heard somewhere before that eating sweets made people feel happy. At that moment, I was enraptured by sweetness in my mouth. Why? You're gonna tell on me? Why? It's because I'm eating them for free. Well, you are too, Coco. You're gonna tell on the mermaid? Yeah, I did. And I'm gonna eat more. You're gonna end up like the nun? What? Excuse me? Who? You and I looked at each other. Nope. Do you know she's talking about you? Clap, clap, clap.
では始めます。昔々あるところに一人のキャワユい娘っ子がおりました。年齢は17歳くらいで、椿の花がとっても大好きでした。娘っ子にはこれまたかっちょいい彼氏さんがいました。彼氏さんの年齢は多分娘っ子とタメぐらいだと思います。ある時、彼氏さんが娘っ子に椿の花をプレゼントしてこう言いました。この花、君にあげるよ。まあ、なんて綺麗なお花でしょう。ああ、確かにこの花は美しい。しかし、この花を100万本集めたところで君の美しさにはかなわないよ。あら、嘘がお上手ですのね。嘘なんかじゃないさ。本気で言ってるんだよ。彼氏さん、娘っ子ちゃん。昼間っから恥ずかしげもなくこんな会話を交わせちゃうくらいに2人は激しく愛し合っていたのです。さて、そんなある日のこと、娘っ子のパパさん、名前をゴンタくんと言いますが、このゴンタくんがブクブクと海の中に潜っていきました。なんでそんなことをしたのかっていうと、実は海の中に住んでいるおっさんが今度うちでパーティーやんだけどさ、ゴンタくんも来ないと招待したからなのでした。ゴンタくんのたどり着いた場所にはこれまでに見たこともない立派なお屋敷が建っていました。中に入ると不思議と息をすることができました。いやー、よく来たね、ゴンタくん。おっさんのお出迎えです。ゴンタくんは豪華なディナーをごちそうになり、楽しいひとときを過ごしました。けれど、もう帰らなければならない時刻です。ゴンタくんは言いました。悪いけどおら、そろそろ帰らねばなんねえだ。すると海の中のおっさんは、なんだ、もう帰っちゃうの。残念だな。家で娘っ子が待ってんだ。近いうちにまた来るでよ。そっか。 じゃあこれお土産に持って帰ってよ。おっさんが手渡したものはお酒を入れるようなとっくりでした。なんだこれ。ゴン太くんは尋ねます。おっさんはニコニコと笑いながら答えました。人魚の涙だよ。ゴン太くんは家に帰るともらったお土産を戸棚の中にしまっておきました。で、数日後、事件が起こりました。ゴン太くんが家を留守にしてる間に娘っ子がこっそりと戸棚を開けてとっくりの中身を飲んじゃったのです。とっても美味しかったので、娘っ子はその液体をグビッグビッと全部飲み干してしまいました。するとその時を境にして娘っ子は一切年を取らなくなってしまいました。1年経ち、2年経ち、3年経ち、5年経ち、10年経ち、20年経っても娘っ子は美しい姿のままだったのです。決して老いることのない肉体を娘っ子は手に入れてしまったのでした。いつの時代も不老長寿は人類の夢であり希望ですが、この娘っ子の場合は違いました。娘っ子は我が身の不幸を嘆き呪いました。なぜなら大好きだった彼氏さんはどんどん年を取っていくのに、自分は17歳のまま少しも成長しなかったからです。
She was 17, you say? She was forever 17, you say? You say like somebody else who is 17 forever because reasons.
しばらくしてさらに悲しい出来事が娘っ子を襲いました。彼氏さんが34歳という若さでこの世を去ってしまったのです。亡くなる間際、彼氏さんは娘っ子にこう言いました。700年待ってくれ。700年後、再びこの世に生まれ変わり、必ず君のところへ行くから。娘っ子は泣きました。おいおいおいおいと泣き続けました。やがて彼氏さんを失った悲しみから娘っ子はビクニとなり、諸国暗夜の旅へと出かけることにしました。ビクニというのは出家した二層、女性のお坊さんのことです。ビクニは国々を巡って病気の人を治し、貧しい人を助け、田畑を耕し、川に橋を架け、行く先々で椿の種をまきました。椿が花を咲かせる頃になると、また別の国へと移って行き、困っている人々を助け、そんなことを何百年も続けました。椿の種をまいたのは彼氏さんの道しるべにするためです。彼氏さんがこの世に生まれ変わってきた時、自分の居場所がわかるようにビクニは種をまいたのでした。ビクニは諦めていませんでした。彼氏さんの言葉をずーっと信じ続けていたのです。そしてついに700年が経ち、ビクニは生まれ故郷に戻りました。けれどもふるさとの村にビクニの知っている人は一人もいません。仕方なくビクニは村外れの洞窟へ入ることにしました。その入り口近くに椿の種をたくさんまきました。洞窟に入る前、ビクニは村人にこんなことを言いました。日の出と日没の頃に私は鈴を鳴らします。この鈴の音が聞こえなくなったら、私は亡くなったと思ってください。 それから1年経ち、2年経ち、5年経ち、10年経ち、20年経っても、30年経ち、40年経ち、50、60年経ち、70年経ち、80年経っても、ビクニが生まれてから800年の年月が流れました。鈴の音が聞こえなくなりました。とうとう最後まで彼氏さんが姿を現すことはありませんでした。洞窟の前の椿は美しく咲き誇り、その後何年もの間、人々はいつまでも若く美しかったビクニのことを尊び、祈りを捧げ、健康で明るく長生きできるように願いを込めて、彼女のことをヤオビクニと呼ぶようになったとさ。おしまい。
This is about how I feel. Like, I feel like they got relevant in the middle, and then it got less and less relevant as it went on. I feel like that's trying to make a point about Tsugumi somehow, but like, as with the things that we came back to earlier, like the clone law and whatever, it has I don't feel like this is going to hit. I don't feel like this is going to, suddenly mean anything. I feel like, because some of this is just for fun. Clearly, like, the chicks is for fun. That's fun. Fun. But this, I feel like it's trying to make a point about Tsugumi. But what that point is, it's lost. Lost to me. I don't know.
じゃなかった。続く。は？
There's more.
ココの知ってるお話はこれで終わりなんだけどね。ひょっとしたらまだ続きがあるかもしれないし。どういうこと？結局ヤオビクニさんの遺体は誰も確認してないんだよ。鈴の音が聞こえなくなったから死んじゃったんじゃないかって思っただけで、もしかしたら日本のどこかの洞窟でまだヤオビクニさんは生き続けているのかもしれない。未だに彼氏さんのことを待ってると。
Stupid. There's no way that story is true. Just an old fairy tale, that's all.
そうかな。ここはほんのちょびっとだけだけど生きてるような気がするんだけどな。私もそう思う。
Oh, come on, are you guys serious?
ここヤオビクニっていつ生まれたの？詳しくは知らないんだけど、今から1300年ぐらい前だって聞いたことがある。
you see, 1,300 years ago, if she was still alive, she'd be 1,300 years
当たり
old.
前のこと言わないでよ。
Let me put it this way. 1,300 years from now would be like 700 AD. That means she was have to have been living since the Naran era, or even before that. That was amazing, even Prince Nakano away.
何向きになってるのよ。ただの昔話だって言ったのはクラナリじゃない。
I'm not worked up.
もうクラナリもいい加減大人なんだからさ、少女の夢をむやみに壊すんじゃないの。ねえここ。ヤオビクニが700歳で洞窟に入ったってことは、それから600年間もひたすら彼氏さんを待ち続けてたってことになるよね。あ、今でも生きてるかもしれないから待ち続けてる。とにかく彼氏さんが椿の花を追い求めてようやく洞窟の淵へとたどり着いたその時、運命の再会が訪れるわけよ。600年間の孤独が報われるわけよ。1300年間の恋が実るわけよ。なんてロマンチックなんでしょう。ロマンチックか。ココはロマンチックっていうよりもちょっぴり悲しい気がするな。だってさ、暗い洞窟の奥でずーっと彼氏さんが来るのを待ってるんだよ。一人ぼっちで待ってるんだよ。寂しくて
Okay. Here, I think this is what we're getting at with Tsugumi. Because, she had said it, well, kind of, that earlier, she's hanging out with people, not, she's collecting the rings, and the chocolate is the bonus. I think it's trying to make something along that line of a point.
死んじゃうこともできなくて人魚の涙なんて飲まなければよかったのに。
Hey, Coco. Do you believe that mermaids actually exist?
またそうやって夢のないことを言う。
Well, if mermaids don't exist, then you can forget about the whole story to begin with.
そんなことないよ。人魚がいてもいなくても話の信憑性とは何の関係もないと思う。
Why
コン
not?
タ君のもらったとっくりには誰が何と言おうと不老長寿の液体が入ってたの。それを誰かが勝手に人魚の涙って命名しただけかもしれないでしょ。つまり不老長寿の液体が実際の人魚の涙である必要はないってこと。例えばここに積まれてるキャンディーの山が実際の人魚の涙じゃないのと同じようにね。
Well, you have a point. The mermaid tears is only the name for that strange liquid, right? Alright, fine, but let's skip the whole mermaid business. But, you think really hard, will you? Do you honestly think that something like eternal youth exists? Yes, it does. Takashi, it does. It does. Tsugumi. You haven't had that talk with Tsugumi probably, but Tsugumi.
思う。
You have a basis for that belief. Okay, show me then.
望むところよ。ちょっと話はそれるけど、今の八尾国の話。
Are we going into another story like...
思わない？
Ah.
浦島太郎だよ。
Ribbon.
海の中へと招待されて立派な屋敷がそこには立ってて豪華なディナーをご馳走されて帰りがけにはおみよをもらう。
Yeah, I know. This is more Takashi on Sora's route than anything, but like, I don't know. I'm trying to tie this to something, okay? Like, a lot of this is just nonsense for me right now.
ここのとこなんかもうそっくりそのまま。
But yeah, Takashi is on Sora's route, probably. Because he had the big carousel chat with the clone law and whatever. So
だ
what?
から要するにこういうこと。浦島太郎は玉手箱を開けたことによっておじいさんになっちゃったでしょ。八尾国は人魚の涙を飲んだことによって不老長寿の肉体を手に入れたということはですな。
I'm beginning to see what you're trying to say. Rip Van Winkle hits the bottom. Hits the bottom? Hits the bottle just a little too hard. He wakes up 20 years have passed. Just like with the 800-year-old nun. By drinking the mermaid tears, she was sent 700 or 800 years into the future. So she didn't actually gain eternal youth, she just slipped through time into the future. That explains why she stayed 17 years old after 800 years. Huh. Interesting. Now you put it in these terms, that's interesting. I think that explains it. Oh, it doesn't. There's no such thing as time travel in real life. Hey, Takashi, sure though.
ちょっと待って。話を勝手に進めないでよ。私は一言もタイムスリップなんて言ってないでしょ。私が言いたいのは玉手箱と人魚の涙との類似性というか相関関係というかそういったものについてなの。玉手箱の中に詰め込まれていたものは 生物の老化を急速に促進する作用を持った気体だった。とっくりの中に詰め込まれていたものは生物の老化を極限まで抑制する作用を持った液体だった。そしてこの2つは共に海中に生息している何者かによって手渡された。さらにこれらを手渡した人物は海底に建造されたゴージャスな宮殿のような場所に住んでいた。ということは玉手箱の煙もあるいは同一の文明によって製造された可能性が極めて高いということになるでしょ。
Tells us
な
that.
るの。もしかしたらその宮殿は海底に沈んだ超古代文明の遺跡の一部だったのかもしれないよね。例えばレムリア文明とか。レムリア文明には老化をコントロールできちゃうような科学技術があって、浦島太郎もゴン太くんも何らかの事情によって特別にその宮殿へと招かれることになったんだよ、きっと。どう？納得した？
I think that was a pretty random explanation, but that's okay, I guess. I got your point. But you still haven't given me any substantial evidence that eternal youth exists. The point of what you just said was basically this. Rip Van Winkle and the 800-year-old nun's dad must have made contact with the lost civilization of Lemuria. Alright then. Let's just suppose the assumption was correct. Even if the civilization of Lemuria actually did exist, nobody knows if they had the technology to control aging, right? There's no way you can prove it. Besides, Lemuria never did and never will exist. Its latest theory was disproven a long time ago. The name of an English zoologist. In the mid-19th century, he noticed the same species of lemur inhabited Africa, Madagascar Islands, Asia, and Indonesian islands. But lemurs can't swim. Well, maybe they did a little, but certainly not a long distance. Well then, how could the same kind of lemurs reside on different islands separated by a massive ocean? Sclater thought, that's it. A long time ago, there must have been a great landmass in the Indian Ocean, and these islands must have been connected as one. But by the mid-20th century, the theory of the continental drift had been proven, and Slater's theory was ignored after that. A long time ago, all on Earth was formed one big continent, which slowly got broken up as the continents shifted with the movement of the Earth's crust, or by virtue of plate tectonics, become the way they are today. To be precise, the landmasses are still moving even today by several centimeters every year. The theory of continental drift is known to be fact rather than just theory. The reason why lemurs exist on different islands can be explained by this theory. So there, you see, there's no such thing as Lemuria. There's no Lemuria, then there couldn't be a Lemurian civilization. Takashi, can I ask a question? Why are you so intent on disproving these like childhood stories? What's wrong with you? Why are you seemingly wasting my time by having this long-ass conversation? Stop, please. I've had enough.
悪いけど、私が言ったのは太平洋のレムリア大陸のことなんだよね。
I didn't sign up for geology class? I didn't sign up for geology class / folklore. I didn't sign up for that course. I didn't sign up for that class. I signed up for mystery science fiction. I mean, this is science fiction, but like I signed up for the mystery part of this, not this nonsense so much. Whatever. It's fine.
日本の浦島太郎がどうしてわざわざマラッカ海峡を渡ってインド洋まで行かなきゃいけないのよ。レムリア大陸は太平洋にあったの。
In the Pacific Ocean, are you by any chance talking about the continent of Mu?
呼び方なんてどうでもいいのよ。
Call it whatever you want. Exactly.
かつて太平洋上には超古代文明が存在した。それをある人はレムリア文明と呼び、ある人はムー文明と呼ぶ。そんなことどっちだっていいじゃない。
I'm getting a headache. Yes, same. Stop, please. I've had enough. I guess you're right. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't. Whether you call it Lemuria or Mew, never existed
ど
anyway.
うしてそう夢のないこと言うかな。大人げない。クラナリには想像力ってもんがないの？
I mean, I agree. You're just childish. You're 18, right? Grow up, will you? Get real. Asian civilization before time, perpetual youth, and longevity, Rip Van Winkle, a 100-year-old nun, Santa Claus, none of these exist. They're all just fairy
お
tales.
とぎ話のすべてが虚構とは限らないでしょ。中には実話だってあるかもしれないじゃない。
No way.
少なくとも浦島太郎だけは絶対確実完全無欠に実話だと思う。
Oh, Gretzel and Cat, I don't think you're still here unless you've went to bed and come back. But again, thank you for the subscribe. I don't know if you're back or that's just showing up very late. It could be either, honestly. But again, thanks for the sub. Anyway, let's continue with this nonsense. Oh, you're so sure, huh? Do you have any proof? Do you?
もちろん
Then let's see it.
望むところよ。浦島太郎はね。
What?
浦島太郎は浦島太郎は
Huh?
浦島
Oh, wait.
太郎
Oh, wait. You're ending this like this. You're ending it like this. Suddenly you put her hand on her chest and seemed to be suffering. What's wrong?
大丈夫？サンキュー。平気
You're not, though, you.
のことだから
You're not, though. What do you mean all the time? His face has gone pale. This room was purple and sweat began to roll down her forehead. She grabbed her chest with her right hand. Yeah, this is not good. You made. I can't believe you've done this. I can't believe this. You sit me through these stories and then you're like, oh hey, remember the deadly virus that's going around? Well, not the deadly virus in the game that's a factor. Hey, here it is. We're back for that. Hey, you've got it now. Let's go. It's like, are you kidding me? Talk about a plot shift? I don't know. There's a word for that, but I don't know. She jabbed her right hand in the mountains of tears. Her right tears scattered everywhere. And the pin on top flew in the air.
大丈夫だから
A swerve? I mean, like a left turn, yeah. Like a left turn into, hey, things are bad now. Hey, remember, things are bad. She didn't seem alright at all. Her breathing was fast and her body was stiff and shaking, and her facial color almost seeming like that of a corpse. What should we do? Should I leave you here and call for help? No, we don't have any time to lose. To the infirmary. I've got to take her to the infirmary. Coco, I'm going to carry you to the infirmary. So you go ahead and tell everyone what's going on.
分かった
I carried you on my back and jumped out of the kiosk. The infirmary was close, so I could get there in less than a minute if I ran. Before I could think, my feet had already started moving.
クラナリ
Kept running in silence. The infirmary was near. You stop talking. You whispered into my ear in a small voice.
太郎は浦島
You can stop, you. You don't have to say it. It's okay.
本当に本当いい
So we go from one left turn into Yu's bad. Yu's not having a good time. To the kid. We're bad, we did exist. They screamed out.
アホアホ
Hello, you, who's fine. I'm dying, but I need to prove you wrong. Yes, exactly. Hello, you. How's it going?
あれはただのおとぎ話
This you thinks it's bullshit. What? That's crazy. Look, not all fairy tales are fiction.
だからって浦島太郎が実在したとは限らないでしょ
Why is this you against it?
それにねもしも仮に浦島太郎が実話だったとしても少年のこととは何の関係もないじゃない
I mean, that's probably true. Does this have something to do with the different named yous? Is the you in the other one not quite you? And this you is another you that's not quite the other you too? Is that what's going on here? Or I don't know. It does too. We're talking about whether people could actually travel through time, right?
だからわからんやっちゃなタイムスリップが現実に起こるものだとしても少年がタイムスリップしたことにはならないって言ってる
Oh yeah, she would take a hard line against this nonsense because the kid's like, hey, I did do that. Then how come I can see the
そ
future?
んなこと私に聞かれてもわからないってば
It has to be because I'm experiencing the same moments in time over and over again. I must have been stuck in the Mew in the past also. 3 days passed, and then 4, and then 5 days, and after that, I must have slipped through time for some reason. Meaning, I must have traveled back in time to the moment I fell in that pond. Must be why I can look into the future. I mean, you're not wrong, necessarily, kid. No, I mean, must be remembering things I've already experienced in the past instead of looking into the future. Be exact. I mean, yeah, that's happening, pretty much. I don't know how, but I'm probably carrying memories of the past.
ふーんじゃあそうなんじゃない
Oh, come on, I'm being serious here.
悪いけどね私にはもっと切実で深刻な問題があるの
I don't know about this you, but the other you, definitely. Yes. Pressing things.
考えなきゃいけないことが山ほどあるの
What do you got to think
知
about?
ってるでしょ少年だって理由はともかくとして少年は予知をすることができるいいじゃない別に予知ができたってあって困るような特殊能力でもないしむしろあった方が便利だと思うけど
Yeah. I think it sounds so simple, but in my case, I don't think it's the ability to see the future. I'm pretty sure I traveled through time. I'd even be repeating the same moments in history over and over again. I mean, in a standard route, yes. This, no, that's its own thing. What's more, I'm pretty sure the amnesia has something to do with the time travel.
もう何回言わせれば気が済むのよタイムスリップなんてものは絶対に不可能なんだってばそれから記憶喪失のことだけど時間が経てば必ず元通りになるの実際もう思い出しかけてるじゃないっていうかほとんど思い出してるんでしょ
Yeah, most everything. Not everything. I just remembered things about Sara. Just childhood memories. I still don't have any memories from the last few years. I have no idea how I got to the Mew, why, or with whom. I still don't remember anything before May 1st, the day I came to the Mew. Where I was, what I was doing, or who I
あ
am.
ーちょっと待って少年はマヨのお兄ちゃんなんだよねそのことはちゃんと思い出したんだよね
Yeah.
だ
Yeah.
ったらさすが に自分が誰なのかぐらいわかるはずじゃない。
But I don't. How can I explain this? If someone were to ask me, who are you? All I could say is, I'm Matsunaka Sara's brother. I don't know any other way to answer. Then, all of a sudden, you raised your voice and pointed your finger at me.
そういえば大事なこと聞き忘れてた。
Something important.
名前よ名前。少年のなまへ。
We don't know! Nobody knows!
マヨから聞いたんでしょ？
No,
聞いたんだよね。
you didn't ask. You should have asked.
聞いてないの？
No, I haven't. You shook her head, looked up at the ceiling, and chewed on her lips. You clenched her fist, went to shake it into the air, and then rethought it and pulled it back down. You then proceeded to stomp around in a puddle of water. Crouched down and hopped up swiftly. Took a deep breath. I'm with you on this one. Exactly. Like, why? Why have you not asked? We wanted to ask before, when all Sara would say was Oni-chan, Oni-chan, Oni-chan. Yes, yes, yes. But what's my name, sister? My long lost sister. What is my fucking name? Thought she was going to exhale, but she continued to take one long breath in. And she said,
あんたバカじゃないの？
Yes! Yes! Plot twist. The kid's name is Oni-chan. If it is, I swear. Like, get out of here. The voice was so loud that it shook the mule like an earthquake. I was a bit frightened it would tear down the precision
どう
walls.
して真っ先に自分の名前を聞かないのよ。
Exactly. Well, you probably wouldn't understand this, but Sara and I had so much else to talk about. We had endless things to talk about. And I just didn't have the presence of mind or chance to think about myself. For us, the first priority was the regain the time we'd lost. And to be honest, I couldn't care less about my name.
あのね少年、よく考えてみて。自分の名前よ。気にならないの？
I'm curious to know, but the kid doesn't give a fuck. Now you brought it up, I'm starting to wonder. When I was talking to Sara, it didn't even pass through my mind. Exactly. The kid. You sighed with an exaggerated gesture. Now just put yourself in our position, you. Sara and I saw each other for the first time in 9 years. We're just so happy, caught up in the memories. But on the other hand, we were scared, in pain, and our hearts ached. All these emotions were mixed up and jumbled together and came flooding over us. Sara and I were overwhelmed just trying to understand one another. Like I said, names didn't seem so important at that time. Just call me Oni-chan, and I just wanted to call her Sara. Do you understand?
全然わからない。
You said that and started to walk away. Hey, wait a second, where are you going? Splashing water, you walked down the long, straight corridor. Tagged along beside her and asked her again. Hey, where are you going?
マヨに聞きに行くの。
Yes, yes, you, do it! Please, go ask right now. What?
決まってるじゃない。少年の名前を。
Yes, you. Look, you don't have to do that.
なんでよ。君さ、さっきから言ってることが噛み合ってない。
Do you not want to know your name?
完全に記憶を取り戻したいんでしょ。自分が誰なのか知りたいんでしょ。
Do you not want to know? Oh, of course I do, but
じゃあ、予知だのタイムスリッパだの、強盗無形なきテレス話をする前にさ、マヨに名前を聞くのが一番手っ取り早いじゃない。
yeah, go ask. I thought back briefly to the side of myself in that mirror. I'd been so confused at that time because my face didn't look like my face. The same thing happened when Sara told me my name. I was afraid I might feel like my name wasn't really my name and end up all confused again. tell the truth, it was a bit scary. Besides, is the name really all that important? Look, names are just things people give themselves to make identifying one another more convenient. It's just for convenience, so while living without a name certainly has its own challenges, I don't think a name is an absolute necessity. Take dolphins, they're highly intelligent creatures, but they don't go around calling one another names. Because they're animals, kid. They're animals. They could probably communicate somehow, but we don't know. We're not a dolphin. We're not dolphins. They seem to be getting along just fine. And be able to identify one dolphin from the others too. They know which is a son and which is a wife, and the difference between a gray whale and a killer whale. They don't have names, yet they can recognize things correctly. And this is just speculation, but they seem to recognize individual identities. The dolphin seems to have its own sense of self, separate from that of the dolphin swimming next to it. And it's aware that it's a separate entity. They don't have to depend on names to recognize all of these things. Are dolphin wives? I don't know. Dolphin mates? I don't know. Do dolphins mate? No idea. Well, I mean, dolphins do. Hold on. Do dolphins do mate? But like, do they care about like their mates? I don't know. I'm not a oceanologist. Oceanology. I don't even know how to say the word. Definitely not one of those. My name is James, and the one next to me is Ling Ling, and the one chasing our fist is Lumi. I don't think they do that. It may sound kind of cocky, but sometimes I feel humans depend on names too much. Okay. If one day the girl you've known as Ling Ling tells you, "Oh, by the way, my name is Lan Lan," wouldn't that throw you off? Okay, this is getting a little not okay. Just a little bit. It causes confusion, and you might think, you know, Ling Ling and Lan Lan are really similar, but they're probably just two different people. This is a little... It seems stupid just to get confused because of a name. Meaning, people value, trust, and depend on names more than actual individual differences. I bet dolphins don't think like that. Because to begin with, they don't have names to identify individuals. I realized that for the first time once I lost my name. I noticed that a name really isn't all that important. She didn't stop walking, as she should have. I don't know if she was listening to me or not, because she didn't respond to me at all. Hey, are you listening to me? When we turned around the corner, I asked her.
聞いてるよ。聞いてる。考えてたの。今の少年の話。確かに少年の言ってることもわかるような気がするの。
You need to get closer. I can't hear you.
特に私は自分の名前にコンプレックスを持ってるから、そういうこと結構今までいろいろと考えてきたんだよね。
Yeah, true. Complex. Yeah, you have a long ass name. You don't like your own name, you.
嫌いよ、もちろん。
Why?
恥ずかしいから。
It's too long.
この世の中には自己紹介なんていう伝統的な風習があるでしょ。私クラス替えのたびに憂鬱で仕方なくて。
Cringe. True. Oh, I remembered. I remember you said something about your full name being much longer, right? Well, would it have something to do with the fact that you don't like your name?
関係があるっていうか、それこそが直接の原因。
You stopped walking. She had a bitter smile on her face.
知りたい？
Yes, I wanna know. What?
君にはまだ教えてなかったもんね。
Not
私の
yet.
フルネーム。
Not yet in this universe. I guess.
絶対笑わないって誓ってくれる？それじゃあ教えてあげよ
I think this is Hana you, not Aki
う。
you.
私の本名は
I don't remember.
田中優美生秋かな。
Aki, this is Aki. This is the Aki you. Okay, good. Huh? Oh, kid, do you see the problem with this?
優し
Probably.
く美しく清らかな秋香る菜の花。
Huh? Yubi say Aki kana. Suddenly, as if I felt a heavy thud in the bottom of my heart. A strange feeling started to take over my body. A sense of something out of place. That was it. That was right. I must have known Yu's real name. Wait, but I never heard it from you directly. What's going on? It was just like the situation with Sara. I already knew Yu's real name from before. Yu's real name was... Your real name is... Yubi say Haru kana. It was Haru.
は？
You said it wrong, didn't you? You actually meant to say Haru kana, right?
自分の名前を言い間違える人なんていないと思うけど、まあ私としては春でも秋でもどっちでもいいんだけどね。
Yeah, it doesn't make any difference to you because it's still long, but
でも一応戸籍上は秋になってるわけだし。
yeah, the other you is Haru kana. No,
おへ？
your full name has to be Yubisei Haru kana. It's not Aki. What are you laughing about? This isn't funny at all. You don't remember your own name.
そうかもね。私の本当の名前はリンリンだったっけ？それともランランだったっけな。あのね少年、よく聞いてね。私の名前は優美生秋かな。生まれた時からそうだったし、これからもずっとこの名前を背負って生き続けていくんだと思う。いい？春でも夏でも冬でもなくて秋なの。なんでか知ってる？私は今から18年と7ヶ月前に生まれたの。
This isn't the place for it. This isn't the place for it. But I would like just like you know, like an out of like a you know a fourth wall breaking, like you get it, motherfucker. That's my name. Like you know, like a Doki Doki Literature Club, like quick like step into like fourth wall breaking madness. I would like that a little bit here, but it's not the place for it. But that's what this reminded me of a second ago. Anyway.
正確に言うと7ヶ月とちょっとだけどね。誕生日は9月22日。出生地は日本。別に南半球で生まれたわけじゃないんだよ。9月って日本では春だっけ？秋だよね。だから私は秋かななの。わかった？
I was already starting to lose my sense of reality. Bottomless fear crept up from the bottom of my stomach and threatened to leap out of my throat. My head started to ache, and then
お兄ちゃん、ナッケ先輩。
I glanced to put my hand on my temple. Splashing water in all directions, Sara came toward us.
あ、ちょうどいいところに。ちょうどいいところ？
Sara stood in front of us, tilting her head
実
quizzically.
はマヨに聞きたいことがあったの。
I don't think telling the kid his name right now is a good decision.
何ですか？聞きたいことって。少年の名前、彼の本名、教えてほしいんだ。
You put her hand over my shoulder. I knew her hand was touching my shoulder, but I couldn't feel it. I was dizzy and about to faint. I Thought to myself, this will probably be a lot easier if I just faint. But both my feet stood soundly on the floor, and I braced myself. Looked at Sara. Sara's mouth opened like an empty hollow. No! I want to hear it! I couldn't hear her voice. I saw Sara's lips were moving. I couldn't hear her voice for some reason. They're saying it! I want to hear it! I couldn't hear his voice either. All I could hear was just the sound of my blood flowing through my ears. That moment, my sight crashed into pieces. Soon her form was stripped of all color. A voice. It's such an extreme one reveal. I know. A voice. I could have heard a voice from afar. From a faraway darkness. Somebody whispering to me. Who are you? Who am I? Who am I?
北斗。お兄ちゃんの名前は北斗だよ。
Hokuto?
へえ、北斗か。うんうん。なるほど。言われてみれば確かに北斗って感じかも。
I don't like it. I don't like that name. Hokuto is not a good name. That is my name?
そうだよ、お兄ちゃん。
Hokuto. 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 I repeated it aloud over and over again. Hokuto. 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 My aunt had been right. I never heard the name Hokuto before. Hokuto. That couldn't possibly be my name. It didn't feel real to me at all. But Sir wouldn't lie to me. So I figured Hokuto must be my name. Hokuto, Hokuto, Hokuto. Name. Yu's name was Yubisei Akikana. My name was Hokuto. It's too much to think about. I felt close to my mental limit. I was dizzy. My head ached. I looked at my palm. I had 5 fingers. Everything seemed out of place to me. I still couldn't regain the real me. Is this me who's looking at my palm? Or is it somebody else? Is it somebody that isn't me? Is Hokuto really me? Or is it me who's not Hokuto? Hokuto, Hokuto, Hokuto. Is it really? Hello, hello Tsugumi and Chami. How you guys doing? I don't know what where this is in comparison with you crashing, but how's it going? Okay, at this point, we've been through a lot of nonsense. I don't like the name Hokuto at all. I think that's not... I don't know, it doesn't... they probably did that... that's probably... Okay. I'm gonna say that's probably not the kid's real name. Because that's just... Like, legit is not fitting at all. It's just... It doesn't work for me. That's probably on purpose. That's his name in quotation marks. Because it's not supposed to feel good to him, it's not supposed to feel good to us. So I'm not accepting that as his name. Hokuto is the word for the North Star, something like that. I don't know, but I don't like it. I don't like it really at all. It's kind of, I don't know, it doesn't fit with everything else. Like, you have 2 kids, Sara and Hokuto. Like, what? What kind of... Why? I don't get it. Anyway. It's been... like, almost 6 hours Usually these streams go that long. I was expecting to be done by now, honestly. But no, we got like, I mean, lots of interesting things with pieces that I don't know how they fit together. But at this point, I think I've had enough for tonight. Fucking Hokuto. Like, we're getting the pieces. We're getting all the pieces together. It's just, they're not there yet. We're getting close, though, I feel. You has crashed. I don't know what's going on in comparison to now with Tsugumi and Chami, but I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, yes, next time we'll come back for more of this nonsense. Most of this has been nonsense, it feels like, honestly. A lot of this has been nonsense. We will go raid another tired friend though. We're gonna go raid the Risen Grandpa, who's playing Valorant, attempting a 12-hour stream, but already tired. Yeah, same. I feel that. So we're gonna go raid Gramps and Valorant, which is not at all related to this, but I don't got anybody else. So we'll go raid Gramps. We can do the usual raid message. If you'd like to do your own, whatever's fine. Anyway, thanks everybody for showing up. Thank you to Percival. It was Percival who spent the points to do the math promo, so thank you for that. I will be adding more soon, maybe tomorrow, maybe the next day. We'll see. So you can make me do whatever. You can make me do the big boss man sympathies to the big show, or you can do the "It's me, Austin." You can make me do that. We'll see. Anyway, we'll go right on Twitch. Thanks for watching. Follow me on Twitter, YouTube, whatever everybody else says. Thanks for watching, and that's it. Go raid. See you. Good night. See you tomorrow for more Pixelmon at 9 with Sophia, Kay, and Percival this time. More Pixelmon, Vtuber Village, all that stuff. Yes. Tomorrow at 9 p.m. EST. Go raid now. Go.